there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be here for today's session. Got a lot of stuff planned, so let's not dally or delay. Let's just go ahead and dive in to tonight's session of the Isles of Iverion. Eat Doug Dimmadome. Hi, everybody. We're back. So, let's go ahead and dive in. As is tradition here on Roll, the teleprompter was a little slow, so it had to catch up to me. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I, the DM, do not do the summary. Instead, I bequeath that great honor onto the players. So this week on summary is Gemma. Gemma, take it away.
Yes.
Do you have a problem with being bequeathed?
I do. I take very personal offense.
No, sorry.
Okay, we can talk about it later.
Sure, it'll be in your stars and wishes.
Absolutely.
I never want to be bequeathed by Joe ever again.
Okay. Last session. Big boy session. So the party has returned from the Astral Sea and find themselves in Emerald's little sanctum. And all are very much still shaken up from the whole last thing. But Cassius especially is looking very rough after the severance he's had, mostly from the Dark One, which also means severance from the extended life that was gifted to him from the Dark One. Emerald still presses forth with questions, however, learning that many of his students have been corrupted and all being warned of Malgorth, the Bone Tyrant, whose resurrection would greatly bolster the Dark One because he's a big fuck-off dragon. Cassius also shares the information on one of the few people that would be able to assist in getting to the Accursed Isle in order to halt said resurrection, as well as the locations of Emerald's wayward students. As a final act, Cassius teaches Lila a method of arcane redirection, and Lila puts an end to Cassius by casting Balefire on him, the exertion not also causing herself to fall unconscious, which allows her to have a brief glance into Cassius's soul reuniting with his love Aegon. After all have a chance to rest, there are discussions on people's next moves. Emerald is very ready to set upon a warpath, no longer wishing to run anymore, and no longer really having to, now that his form has proven to be more sturdy. Yorick also raises up the uncanny resemblance Emerald has to Azrio, something that Emerald has no current answers to, but will investigate. Similarly, he also has no familiarity, as far as he's aware, with Blackfire, the sword that was reportedly his, though the blade does greet him as a familiar friend when he did pick it up. Plans are also made for the other Dark Emerald to be tracked down and handed into the college as a little workaround for Emerald's wanted status. And having been sent summons earlier, several of Emerald's trusted students arrive. Talitha, who is accompanied by Emerald's bodyguard Sigrun, Rin, and Cyrus. All are there to help and discuss Emerald taking down the other rogue students, and Rin is to join the party in dealing with one in Dragon's Bay. Continuing the larger discussions, Twig asks for advice in dealing with Bocella in Hazard's Hollow, something Rin may also be able to aid in. Ephron also expresses his wishes to stay with Emerald in order to share his knowledge of his own time's war with Dark One. And Blossom mentions that she wishes to retire from the Shields and return back home to be with her family after her recent near-death experience. The party are then all teleported to Raven Rock and head to the Actors' Respite, where they were promised rooms by one William Bosman. The following days see some well-needed downtime for the party, and also a little opportunity for Zevran and Lila to have a cute little date under the stars. One of those days also includes Twig's birthday as well, something for which the party had made grand plans for, with a celebration in a flower-decorated field with many little fey creatures as well, and also many familiar faces, both from Sandpoint, from Southern Star, and also beyond that the party has met along the way. A truly fantastic party arranged by a truly fantastic party. Mwah. That was that session.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So with that, we will go ahead and transition from here to here. So, as all of you are at the party, eventually the evening finishes as all break into small forms of dancing after Twig and Nalthian share the ladies' first dance. And the gifts have been opened, the food is consumed, and after many months of hardship and pain and strife and struggle, there is finally a small bit of light that you can see. Just this ever small, tiny glimpse of light at the end of the tunnel. There is a path forward. It's a long ways away, but with the love and camaraderie that all of you share for one another, is there really anything the Dark One can do to stop you? So, as Twig's birthday finishes, so the day eventually comes to an end, the sun sets behind the bay in Raven's Rock. Was there anything else anybody wanted to do on that night? I know that, River, you weren't here last session, so I don't know if there was anything you wanted to do specifically for Twig or anything before the birthday, and if not, we can just go ahead and tackle that with the rest of the downtime stuff that's coming up next.
The main thing she would have just done is kind of participate with everybody else. But she would have made sure if she was like playing music through it, that one of the songs that appeared when she was writing songs earlier comes back much more fleshed out, and much longer, and reappears a couple of times in different variations. And it's obviously Twig's song. It's obviously about Twig, and kind of trying to uplift her and that naturey kind spirit, and it's very dancey and very happy. Just that mostly.
Okay, wonderful. So Twig, the event is underscored by the music that Eurydice has created for you. So, with that, eventually the party comes to an end. As that evening, all of the Forerunners of Fate, the members of the Southern Star, and your allies beyond, they return to Raven Rock. Can I turn off this? Oh my god, I can!
It's still raining, I see.
No, it's not! Wait. I turned it off. Why isn't it going away? No! Damn it!
It's just always lightly drizzling in Raven Rock.
Yeah, I guess it's too close to the sea. That is just a perpetual rain in Raven Rock. That's sad. Well, it's the light rain, not a heavy rain. So it's one of those rains you don't even need an umbrella for. That's a bit of a heavy rain, but that's okay. Use your imagination, all right? So, as all of you return into the city, you return to the Actors' Respite for a night of rest. So, as all of you head to sleep that night, I'm assuming there's nothing else anybody wanted to do that evening. All that was said and needed to be said was done yesterday? Or last week, 2 weeks ago? Jesus Christ. Yeah?
George is playing with Doglin because he thinks Doglin's cool as shit.
Hell yeah, man.
Doglin is pretty cool.
I mean, like that whole walk back, Twig has just been staring at Doglin.
Yeah. Doglin has been staring back. Just like ready.
Twig
to...
is not making eye contact. You know? That's intimidating as shit, you know?
Shit, has Doglin met Lucky yet?
Yes, that was
crossover.
that was
They,
something.
they were playing together.
They were playing together,
Good.
but you can see that Lucky doesn't speak dog. So Lucky is just like walking next to Dogglin, like, you're kind of quiet. You don't talk nearly as much as I do. And Dogglin just like looks over. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I get it. And then it's kind of quiet for a little bit.
Okay, that's adorable.
So, eventually, the night comes. All of you head to rest for the evening. You maybe in the final hours of the night get to know Dogglin a little bit more after Alec and Dogglin part ways as she heads with Zamir or Cyrus to handle whatever business Emeril has tasked them with. But eventually, the morning does come. As all of you wake up and stir and eventually head downstairs, you can see that Blossom is already down here. As you can see that she has several bags that are packed. Her items all put together cleanly and concisely. And she sort of sits down at one of the booths, just sort of picking away at a small bit of a bowl of fruit and a little bit of porridge. As all of you make your way one by one, she smiles.
Quickly, would Eurydice be able to get there first if she knows Blossom is leaving today?
Sure, yeah. On top of you being an elf, only needing the 4 hours, that's fine.
Vibes. Okay. She'll get there first.
Okay.
Shut up. She'll sit there. She'll go down first and sit across from Blossom, and kind of be like, "Hi. So you're going today.
Yeah.
Wanted to chat to you about something first.
All right, chat away.
I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. Because I know that bringing Cassius with us was important to Cassius and the party and to Lila, but I also know that if I'd chosen to attack the Banshee instead, you might not have had what happened to you. You might have been. I am sorry.
That's very nice of you to say. But I don't want you to blame yourself for that. You made the right decision. You did. I mean, that's what separates all of you and the shields from others. It was a hard decision to make, and Eurydice, if I was in your shoes, I probably would have done the same thing. Not because I don't love you, because girl, and she like grabs your hands, I sure as hell do. But sacrifices need to be made for the good of everyone. That's what being a shield's all about. So it's okay. I don't blame you.
Okay. Well, good. I wanted to. I was kind of struggling if it was the right decision, but I believe you. You're very. You know a lot more than I do. A lot of the
Well,
time.
I don't know if that's exactly true. Sometimes I feel like I'm flying by the seat of my pants, but
We all are. Look at us. Look at this group.
yeah, that's a good point. Can you do me one favor, though?
Yeah? Of course.
I know she's growing up and she doesn't need anybody. She's totally able to take care of herself, but if you could try, if Twig ever seems to be getting in a darker, sadder place, if you can try and make sure she goes to that happy place her and I talked about before, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for it, and I'll try and remind her.
Thank you.
I'll do my best. You are very good at those kinds of things. Yeah, I'll try.
Thank you.
And you're going to go and tell your boy about all of us.
Oh.
He.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I will. He will. I'm sure when I get home, he will not stop asking questions.
Heroic stories. You gotta make it sound really, really cool.
Oh, I will. Well, I can't make you sound too cool, because the moment I do, he's going to want to drop everything and get out on the road. And at the age of 5 now, join the adventuring party. So I got to do it in moderation, all right? I got to be careful.
In moderation. Like drop in the little stories as he grows up, and then just like, we'll just be like legends. But yeah, in moderation.
Of course. Well, honestly, what that means is that one day all of you are going to have to come down to Wexney, and you're going to have to meet him then if I'm going to tell him all these stories.
Yeah, of course. 100%. I mean, he has to meet Lucky, especially.
That's very true.
I think that's the best part. Like, not all of the magic and the extreme swordsmanship and skill. No, the talking fire dog.
Honestly, I know him pretty well, and I think that will unironically be the part he loves the most.
But no, we'll come down several times. Like, send us a letter, send us a sending when it's his birthday or something, and we'll come and throw the best party.
All right, I'm gonna hold you to it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So then, unless there was anything else you were to see?
Nah, that's good.
Okay. One by one, the rest of you continue to file down the stairs as you wake up. And eventually, all of you are there, eating breakfast one last time with Blossom. Now, my question to all of you, is there anything anybody in particular wanted to say to her on this morning? It's okay if not. That's fine.
I didn't.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Nope. Just a really big fucking hug.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I imagine, like, when they did come down and, like, obviously she's got all her fucking bags packed, would eventually just run up and give her a big hug,
Hugs are returned. All of you eat breakfast together. You share one final meal. With that, as the sun begins to rise, maybe 9-10 a.m., there is the sound of a horn from the dock. A ship is ready to be boarded. And will be sailing off to Wexney. So,
Yeah, Max will go over and give her one more hug. And he's just gonna say, just to her, thanks for always being the best sister I didn't know I needed. And I just give her a smile.
And just to you, she'll say, this is gonna stay between us, because I want you to know if you tell any of them, they won't believe you, all right?
If you call me Sir Doofencockle, I'm throwing you into the sea right behind me.
I think that you are a fantastic swordsman. You are a caring individual, and you are the most loving father I have ever seen. And Twig is so incredibly lucky to have you. But like I said, you
Sure,
tell
I can't
anybody
tell him
that.
Are you sure?
Nope, no, you cannot tell anybody that, because if you do, I'm going to throw you into the harbor, all right?
All right, it's a deal.
All right, Sir
Thank you,
Doofencockle, bring it in.
Yeah. Pats her on the back, gives her
Yeah.
a really big hug.
Yeah. One by one, each person, a hug, a fist bump, a handshake, whatever it is. Till eventually, she gets to the last person, which is Twig. And she'll squeeze you tightly, and she'll say, all right, now, Twig, I have got 2 very important things that I'd like you to do, all right?
All right.
All right. For one, that guy right there, and she'll point to Nalfian, you need to make sure you keep him in line, all right?
She's gonna basically just do like that, like soldier salute, you know, like I'm on it.
All right. Yes, ma'am. And I guess the other thing is less of a request and more of a gift. It wasn't ready in time for your birthday yesterday, so happy belated birthday. And from one of the bags off to her side, she's going to pull out a small instrument. It is a small pan flute. And you can see the pan flute is composed of reeds that range from this like iridescent silver to this deep blue. And it's intertwined and engraved with these ornate patterns of nature. And as soon as she sort of hands it to you and you touch it, you feel a wave of calm come over you. I had this made special for you since I wasn't going to be around to, well, when you play this flute, it's magical. There's a melody that you can play on it. And when you play it, provided you're willing, a wave of calmness will wash over you. I know I won't be there, but you have all of them, and you still have a small bit of me with you. All right?
I guess I just wish you'd still be around to maybe teach me a thing or two about it. But you gotta be home. I understand that. And of course, you gotta say hi to both Eliza and Theodore for us.
Oh, yeah, and she kind of looks to Eurydice. Yeah, apparently there's a lot of stories I need to tell.
We'll miss you, though.
Oh, girly, I'll miss you too. And she'll give you another tight squeeze. And with that, you can hear the harbor master let out one final call. Last warning for boarding. She sort of looks back, picks up the bags she has, slinging them over her shoulder. As a silent shield, there has been no greater honor in my life than adventuring beside all of you. As Blossom LaPlume, just some random satyr from the Feywild, I never really had too much of a family. But with all of you, I now know what that feels like, and I'm so incredibly appreciative for it. I'll miss you. But know every single day I'm going to be cheering you on, all right? With that, one last hug all around. And she'll turn. board the ship. The planks are pulled away. The sails unfurl to half-mast. You can see she stands near the railing of the ship as it begins to sail out of the harbor. The wave towards all of you as the ship eventually gets smaller and smaller and smaller, disappearing into the sunrise of the morning. So, with that, Blossom LaPlume, now retired from the Silent Shields, sails off back to Wexeney to be with her wife and her son. All of you sit on the harbor for a few moments. The small droplets of rain. For some of you, you're thankful for the rain. So maybe it helps hide a few tears. With that, as all of you watch her sail away, you return to the actor's respite. You warm up a bit from the rain and the chilly spring weather in the morning. And with that, we now move in, unless there's anything anybody wanted to do in Raven Rock, we now move into the almost 3 weeks of downtime. All of you will be
Hold on.
experiencing.
I gotta breathe for a second because that shit was sad as fuck.
That was so sad.
Holy shit! I'm just like sitting here thinking like what Gemma just said. Like we've had Blossom with us for so long.
Yeah.
Like it's like real lifetime. Like that's like it's been like over a year she's been with us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's just funny to think about Joe's first voice for her compared to what we like know and love as Blossom. So
Damn.
no offense. I just
Called out.
Hold him out.
anyway. But I don't know. Okay, anyway, we can keep going. I just
No,
kinda
you're fine.
wiped
You're
a tear. I wasn't expecting to actually start crying already. We just
I know, I
Fucking-
was like, shit.
we just fucking
God.
play. Jesus.
I wasn't ready.
It's okay. Listen, there's happy music, all right?
All right, you're right.
Because it's a good sad. It's a happy sad.
Yeah. Like she needs to be with her family. It's all good. Anyway, continue. B&D. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. All right. So with that, we can move on from the happy sadness, and we can embrace the nature of what is to come next. So you guys have 24, 1, 2, 3, about 3.5 weeks before the Festival of the Green Lady and the Midsummer Festival as well, or Midsummer.
Midsummer.
Yep. So 3.5 weeks of time for you to do whatever you want in preparation for and in to prepare yourself for the Festival of the Green Lady, or if there's things that you just want to do in that month and a half that you haven't really had time, or not month and a half, 3.5 weeks, sorry, that you haven't had time to do since you've been, well, busy since you guys picked up Lila way back when. You've kind of been on a path for a while, so you got time to breathe. So 3.5 weeks. The world is your oyster. What do you guys want to do?
Just like, real fucking quick question.
Yeah.
Because the Festival of the Green, or Tony of the Green Lady is in Traverse or something, right?
It's outside of Traverse, yeah.
Yeah. So how are we getting there? Do we have travel plans? Or is it 3.5 weeks and then we need to travel? Because it's 3.5 weeks and, and then it's the actual festival, yeah? So, like, is part of that then travel time? This doesn't really matter, I'm just really...
No, it's a good question. So yeah, you could probably, because you know Lady LaPierre and Highland Pass, you could probably use Ascending, and you could use her teleportation circle. And then she could use her connections to get you guys into Traverse. So really, it'd only be like maybe a day or two of travel for you to get there. You just need to be near a teleportation circle in, let's see, in Raven Rock, Dragon's Bay, Sandpoint, the college, even. So as long as you're near a teleportation circle in that last few days, you'll be fine. Unless you wanted to make it a road trip. If so, then you'd need to spend the last, like, week traveling. Road trips could be
Just
fun.
teleport.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, let's just teleport.
Fuck road trip. We've done enough road tripping through the Astral, you know?
Yeah, we.
Yeah, that's a good point. What road trip would compare to meeting Santa? You know. Okay. Alrighty. So then, I hate to just throw you to the wolves, but I mean, what do you guys want to do? Are you separating? Are you okay? Yeah, Yorick.
All right, first thing, because I know this is going to take some time, he's going to go to, like, he'll ask around, or he'll ask the party, and he'll try to find an enchanter, because he wants to do some stuff to his armor.
Nice. Oh, by the way, sorry, just because I have it up on D&D Beyond, Gemma, there is an item that you can add to your inventory called the Pan Flute of Harmony.
Cute.
Yeah. Okay, so you want to try and find an enchanter? Easy enough.
Yeah.
Using your connections into the city, the Archmage, actually, Henry's Archmage, the Prince's Archmage, would be more than willing to point you into the direction of somebody that she knows does good work and reliable work, quick, fast, and reasonably priced for the effort that it takes. So,
I mean, we don't need to make this a big thing. Just like we can just kind of fast forward this since you and I already talked about it. But yeah, so was 20,000 the price we agreed upon?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, wait, let me double check something real quick. I feel like that might be too much for what we talked about.
200,000, Ryan.
Actually, never mind. I don't think I think I'm giving you a pretty steep discount according to the
That's
raw.
kind of what I thought you were doing.
Yeah. Let me just double check real quick.
Mm-hmm.
What is this? Very rare. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So because of your duties to the nation of Iverion, the Archmage gets you a pretty steep discount off of the armor you're looking for. So you're good. Yeah. 20,000 gold.
Hell yeah. All right, cool. So yeah, he's gonna pop that down, and he'll leave the armor with her for however long it takes for her to get it done. And yeah, can I add that? Can I add that +2 to my inventory, or should I wait on that?
No, you can add it now.
All right, cool. I kind of thought you'd be fine with that. All right, I also have like 2 bigger-ish things, but if anyone else has other stuff, totally happy to let them like kind of go first or whatever.
I'm kind of the same. I have like 1 shopping thing and then 2 other bigger things, so I can do my shopping thing now.
Okay. Yes, we'll do the shopping thing. No, we'll not. Sorry. I just saw the... I got a message, not to get your hopes up or anything, but I just got a message from River, and I made a mistake because there was supposed to be a conversation between her and Emeril. Oops.
Yeah, I gotta rewind real quick.
I thought about it and was like, I wonder.
No, that's okay. Because of the way that I structured my notes, that thing was at the bottom of my notes, not the top, because it was last session. Yeah. Anyway.
Eurydice has a flashback to something that happened a few days ago.
Eurydice, you were so caught up with the sadness of, or the happiness of the birthday party, the sadness of Blossom, that you, in that moment, as you're sitting there eating your whatever Eurydice got for breakfast that morning,
Oatmeal.
the oatmeal.
Fucking waffles.
Oh,
Okay,
Oh,
it's waffles.
waffles. All right.
Oatmeal.
Halfway through a bite of waffles, there is a brain blast like Jimmy Neutron as you return to Emeril's tower. Now at this point, Cassius has already faded, and these are the last few moments before the party leaves. Emeril gave all of you time to find your items, collect your things, and prepare yourselves. However, in those last few moments, after a brief conversation between Emeril and Nalfian, Emeril will approach you, Eurydice, and say, Eurydice, would you mind if we have a moment?
No, I don't mind. I did want to talk to you at some point,
Oh,
to be fair, so that actually works great.
wonderful. Yes. Please, follow me. And the two of you walk to the same area, that sort of a terraced second story near the large window. And as he's sort of looking over into the collection of astral bodies that collide through the window, he'll look to you and say, so what did you wish to talk about?
mostly advice and like
Mm.
a little bit of like maybe kind of background knowledge. Because I'm supposed to be the Dawnbreaker and I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. That is the gist of it. And I kind of just wanted to ask, because all this stuff of the hidden flame and the children of the flame and trying to be this beacon or whatever and trying to figure all that out is really hard. And I thought maybe you'd have some insight or something.
Well, of course I'd be happy to offer what I know. And in fact, the question that I had to ask you was directly related to that, so that works out.
Great.
So how about this first? You tell me what you know. What you believe you know, at least.
That I am the Dawnbreaker and I have Dawnbringer, and that I have this sort of passed down power to try and stop the Dark One, and that my entire purpose is to try and stop the Dark One and make sure that that darkness doesn't spread, and that yeah, to kind of do that and hopefully try and help the children of the flame and the hidden flame in making sure that the Dark One doesn't win. That's the entire point, I guess. And that Asmodeus decided to mess around with that at one point.
He decided to mess around with that?
Well, yeah, like, as in kind of like, cutting me off from it a little bit and making me think that it was him giving me power for a long time, and then me realizing later that wasn't maybe quite true.
So for a rather hefty duration of your life, you were cut off from those powers.
Yeah, I was born with, like, red markings and stuff, but then they went away, and I didn't really have a lot of magic until I was, like, 20, and then suddenly he got me to accept some kind of deal, and then suddenly I had magic, and it was kind of growing, and I was like, oh, okay, this is from Asmodeus, and apparently I'm his daughter, and all these things. And then me going, I don't want this anymore, and then breaking away from him and realizing, oh wait, no, he totally lied, and it's all just, yeah, it was a lot.
No, that is a lot, but I'm glad you've made it out the other end, and well, be very thankful that you're not the daughter of Asmodeus. I hear that Glacia is...
Yeah, we met her. She was wonderful. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I think that the best piece of advice I can give you is that you should not trust. This is going to sound very strange, but you should not put all of your faith into the Children of the Flame and the Hidden Flame. Within these organizations, there are, for lack of a better term, the snakes. They have corrupted these systems to serve their own gain. And there are good ones. Hrothgar, he's a good one. One of my students, Loghain, he is also one of them. They know their duty, they know their job. They're fantastic at what they do. But for every one of them, there are 3 that have infiltrated the ranks and are trying to play the Father of Lies games. Let me ask you this, Eurydice. Not what you feel compelled to do because of the title that has been given to you and the weapon you wield. What do you want to do? I know it's a hard question, but...
I just don't want the Dark One to win. And that's not just me being like, well, that's my duty and that's my responsibility, and no, I just don't want him to win, because that is the be all and end all of it. And I want the world to have more justice in it, and to be fairer, and for there to be less darkness in it.
Why, though? Why less darkness? What specifically is in this world that you want to be preserved?
I mean, there is kindness, and there is happiness and love, and there are good things, but it all gets swallowed by so much unfairness. Things happen that shouldn't happen to people that don't deserve it.
And how does that make you feel?
Angry. Constantly, always. It makes me so angry. Like, it's not fair. It's not fair that things happen to people that don't deserve it. It's not fair what happened to Nalfion. It's not fair the things that have happened to Twig and Lila and Yorick and everyone I've ever met. And then they still choose to be kind and to do good things. So it's obviously possible for the world to still be good and still be kind. We just need to get rid of the people that don't choose that.
All right. I think that there is nothing more terrifying to the Forsaken and to the Father of Lies than someone who is angry, who is full of righteous fury. What you did in the Astral Sea. I'm very happy that Blossom was able to be returned, and I understand what difficult decision that must have been. But the information Cassius gave us was invaluable. And with that information, we have to capitalize on it. Do you know why so many people serve the Dark One blindly?
No.
For some, they think that it's power. The Forsaken, they will get what they want if they do it. For most people, it's out of fear. If these people do not follow his orders to the T, they are afraid of what he will do to their families, to them, that they will destroy their lives. There is much love in this world, and love is incredibly powerful. But there are some people in this world who are only motivated by fear. This is going to be very hard to hear, and I'm sure many of your companions would disagree, especially with the path all of you decided to take in regards to Cassius. Most people are not worthy of saving. If they do not see any other path for themselves, if they have sworn themselves to the Dark One and that is the path they wish to take, nothing will change their mind but death or fear. You are full of righteous fury and anger, and I do not blame you. Love your allies and your friends. Love the people who still care about this world, but for those who have forsaken it, who have joined in his ranks, do not hesitate to show them that righteous fury that burns within you. And I promise you, when you embrace that, the spear, the magic you hold within you. It will hear you, and it will help you in whatever crusade you wish to fight on.
I actually think that was some really, really good advice. Bringing Cassius with us was a really hard decision, and I won't lie in that I wouldn't have done it if I didn't care so much about Lila. If it was just my choice, then I would have killed Cassius. But we have a lot of people in our group who love, and we have a lot of people in our group who are noble and righteous and care and want to give people second chances. And I used to think that maybe that was also a good idea, but we also need balance. And if I think you're right, and maybe teaching some people to fear us more than they fear the Dark One is the only way for us to win, then I will teach them to fear us more.
You said something very profound there. Do you know one of the other names for the Dark One is Sight Blinder?
No, I didn't know that.
It's said that his ability to put a visor on someone's vision so they only see what he wants them to see. When you say the people in your group are full of love and care and righteousness, but you made the decision you did because of Lila, that proves to me that you are worthy of this title and this weapon. You must never become blind with fury and hate. The moment that happens, you are no better than the Forsaken. Let it guide you. Let it empower you, but do not be blinded by it. Listen to Lila, to Yorick, to Nalfion, to Twig. They are all impressive and wonderful in their own way. But so are you. Trust your instincts, but don't forget to listen.
Okay. Also, with the hidden flame and the children of the flame, I hear you. Lots of them are very evil. I got kidnapped by some people who were children of the flame, not hidden flame, or pretending to be. There was some prison in the Astral Sea that had it or everyone running around it. So yeah, I want to be able to trust them, but I'll look out for Hrothgar and Loghain instead. And I think, do you know Lady Maisa?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I saw her there. I don't know the extent of what's happened, or if she is dead, if it has replaced her. I'm not sure. It might be good to know.
I will inform Loghain, and hopefully a full investigation can be done.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me know.
Thanks for good advice.
Well, I've been trapped in the Astral Sea for who knows how many years. I've had a lot of time to think.
Oh, I couldn't imagine having to be with myself for that long. I think that would genuinely be awful.
It was.
I'm so sorry.
It was.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. That's...
No need to apologize. You are all the ones that saved me, so... Without you, I would have still been in there. So thank you. Well, and with that, to look down towards everyone else who's gathering near the teleportation circle. Unless there was anything else, shall we?
I think it's about time to go now.
Yes. And he'll kind of clap you on the shoulder and squeeze in affirmation. And if there's nothing else, we'll fast forward. Back to Raven Rock. Woo! Doc. Side music.
Why do I have a headache all of a sudden?
Lucky goes,
must be nothing.
yeah, I don't know. Just move past it, all right? Don't make it awkward.
Glances to the camera. Sure.
No, why is my music not working? That's so sad. No, please stop. There we go. Okay. So with that, we'll now move to Lila. You had a shopping thing you wanted to do?
Yeah. She wants to buy 3 diamonds that are worth 500 gold.
Yeah, queen. Get them diamonds.
All right, that'll
I mean,
be.
I think it's 500 gold,
I'm
right?
just gonna buy fucking 3 diamonds.
I mean, yeah. Let me make sure. Where is it?
Is this for Revivify? You
Revivify.
don't you have?
I used my one.
No, I was gonna say, don't you have also Raised Dead?
I think you should by now.
I think I do. I don't think, but I don't have it prepared. I have Revivify prepared always so that I can, you know. do that on
Just
the
in case you
fly.
need to, yeah.
Yeah, but Raised Dead works within like what, like a week or a month or something.
Oh, I guess that's a good point. You could just be
10
like,
days.
leave somebody dead on the floor. Be like, I'll come back to him in a second. Let me go buy a diamond. I'll be back.
Hold on, let me make sure. Well,
Also,
Raised Dead
Raised-
is that for Raised Dead? Where are you?
Raised
Yeah,
Dead
it's
also
just-
uses a 500 diamond, so.
Oh, is Raised Dead-
Either way.
Oh,
Is Raised Dead 500?
Yeah, that's
Raised
what it
Dead
says.
is 500. Revivify is
300. Do you just want to get the 3 500 gold?
500.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so that I can use either or.
Uh-huh.
Cause like here's the thing: if touch casting time 1 hour, instantaneous,
Mhm.
the creature no longer than 10 days. Okay. Because my thought process is, why have that always prepared when I could have a different level 5 stuff prepared and just hold off on that if I need it. So I'll do 3 500 ones.
Okay. All right.
wherever, at the jewelers.
1,500 gold.
Sweet. And then I did have 2 other things that have to do with characters. One of them has to be in Raven Rock. The other can kind of be whenever.
Okay. Yeah. We'll go ahead and let's see here. Let me check my messages. Okay, so what we're gonna do first is we're gonna go to, before we go into the big RP things that you and Ryan have, we have a small thing that Kayla, you said you wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really small, like, come back to me later.
Okay. Oh, I guess my only question. Well, here, I'll message you the question then.
Okay.
Secrets.
Libby. Okay. So then we'll go ahead and go to Yorick then, since Lila, you just had you got your shopping done.
I mean, this is a little awkward, but it involves Lila, so I guess we're both taking a turn here.
Okay.
Let's go.
Alright, so one morning, like, you know, just like early but not too early, Yorick's gonna knock on Lila's door.
Come in.
He'll just kind of poke his head in real quick. Hey,
Hi.
you got plans today?
Not important ones.
Alright, cool. Let's go. And he'll just tuck out.
Okay. Where are we going? Grabs his
Out.
stuff. Okay. Cool.
And when you head outside, Lila sees 2 horses that are prepared.
Mhm.
You see the ever familiar and heroic Lawrence,
Yes.
and a horse that is a bit more familiar, which I will let you explain.
Yeah, Ryan messaged me and asked if Lila would have had a horse, and she does. It's beautiful, all white. Her name is Peony.
It's what?
Oh, Peony.
Okay, all right.
What'd you think I
Under your
said?
flowers jar.
Were you thinking panini like the sandwich?
That's what I
or-
heard. Panini, yeah, like the sandwich.
Panini would be cute. No, peony, like
That would be a
flower.
cute
Penny
name.
makes great paninis though.
She probably does, like, with her hooves. Anyway, hey, you got Peony here! Why?
I mean, you know, I was missing Lawrence, and I mean, we need to do a little bit of traveling, so you know, I got my horse. I figured I'd get yours too.
Aw, thanks.
I actually have everyone's horses here. I'm just like motioning over to the stables.
I mean, that does make sense.
All right, you good to ride?
Yeah, many surprises today. I don't know what's happening, and so she'll get on her horse.
All right, and they will ride, and they will head probably like 40 minutes outside of Raven Rock, and they'll just come to like kind of this like cleared like forested area.
I will say one thing you do see as you're riding about. Lila and Yorick would have no idea what this place is, but as you're riding through the heading northward, away from Raven Rock, going through these almost hobbit-like structures. Honestly, I think I have it still. Oh, never mind. No, I don't. Okay, that's fine. But as you are riding through, you end up passing this small shack. I mean, it's really a larger house built for people with a larger frame. You can see this home in the forest, this winery, it looks like. And you can see that it's not nearly as dirty or dilapidated as this photo leads you to believe. You can see that there's a fresh coat of paint on it. You can see that there is a half-orc man that is currently carrying a big piece of lumber into the house, and there's another furbolg that is outside currently sawing another piece of wood. The two of them seem to be repairing this house. But the two of you see that, whatever, and ride fast.
Yeah, they didn't know.
They don't seem important.
Nah.
I'm
Just
sure they're
like,
lovely people though.
I'm sure.
But yeah,
Cute house.
but York's gonna come to like this spot and he'll hop off Lawrence. So we'll walk the rest of the way from here.
Alrighty.
And heading further in, they eventually come to this little bit of like a cliffside, and Lila will see that there's a little bit of a cave entrance. Lila can see in the dark, yes?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. Alright, just a little bit longer. We're almost there. They'll head on in.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. She follows. She has no idea what's going on.
And as we head in, it's a little bit of a kind of a tight squeeze at first, kind of going through this cave, especially for Yorick. But he makes it work. And eventually the cave opens up a little bit. And it's nothing super glamorous by any means, but it's very quiet, very isolated. And he'll kind of stop and he'll motion Lila to kind of keep going forward. And she'll see on the far end of this wall that is mostly kind of just like stone and rock, there has been carved out this little placard emblem type thing. And all it says on it is Cassius Finch. There's a little base where it looks like something might lie there potentially, and there are three kind of carved out, not like shelves, but just like these spaces like where something could kind of like be kind of stacked there.
Mhm.
And he'll just kind of walk up by her side. I know there's nothing to bury, but memory's a powerful thing. I thought that there should be something, even if it's just for you.
She will get closer to the placard and kind of just like run her hand down it. I know you were doing this for me, but thanks. And
It was a
she'll,
little. Oop, good.
Oh, she was just gonna take the locket and put it on one of the little like slots for shelves and just like leave it there. It should stay with him. I think probably.
What about and he'll reach into his bag and he'll pull out the wand that he took from Finch. What about this?
She'll reach for it and kind of inspect it. Joe, does the wand seem embedded with any kind of magic or any sort of influence of any kind?
Yeah. So the wand that he used did have intrinsic magical value. In terms of Lila's familiarity with that, each one of the professors, they went through a process. When you become a professor at the College of Hearthquest, one of the nice parts is you actually can create your own wand that has intrinsic magical values that you decide. So you're not super sure what his is, but it is a magical item in and of itself.
So she can't tell if there's like dark magic.
It doesn't seem corrupted.
Okay. A part of me wants to leave it here with him. Another part of me feels like that's irresponsible. Doesn't seem like it's necessarily influenced by anything, but it's a powerful item. And he definitely was a dark friend by the time he made this.
My weapon comes from a fallen angel for what that's worth.
In the hands of someone who's good, though.
Looks like you're holding it right now to me.
And she'll like think about that for a second. And then she'll take out her wand. And I think we'll like leave it down on the ground underneath the plaque. I guess this is one way of making good come from the situation as well.
I know this is really just for us, but I wanted to take this seriously, but you knew him better than I did, so I have a few questions. And kind of motioning to where it just says, like, Cassie's Finch, I have my tools on me. Do you want any honorifics under the name? You know how it says, like, you know, loving husband, you know, loving father, all those things. Like, you know, does Lila want any titles carved in underneath Finch's name?
That's a really good question, Ryan.
Thank you. York's full of them.
Maybe... Because I don't... It's hard. The part of him... I guess we'd be honoring the part of him that was good. Maybe you should choose husband, professor, and little star.
And York will get to carving. And York is no stonemason, you know, he does this as a hobby, but I mean, he takes the time and makes sure it's at least decently done.
Mm-hmm.
He'll step back. The house is seen. We have a little bit of a ritual for dedicating grave sites like this, but since you knew him best, is there anything you want to say?
I don't know if I have anything else to say, but maybe we can combine our rituals. I know the practice of Corellian has a few, and he was an elf. Maybe we can do something a little unique.
What were you thinking?
Well, and if she starts to do any of her ritual magic for that, which I think it'd be like ceremony again. She could just use ceremony again. Where you'll see like little like fey flowers baby growing around the grave site. And almost like a moonlit kind of light shining as well. And for Lila, she would normally go into like a meditative state, you know, to meditate about the soul. And that would be part of honoring the lost life. But otherwise, she would then like pass that on to Yorick to see what he would do next.
Yorick would walk over, avoiding the plants and flowers that were just grown, and he will reach into his bag and he will pull out 3 little statues, which Lila would recognize as each one being a figure of the Wild Hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And as he places down Taval, strength to carry on, as he puts down I always forget what one of their names is. This is terrible. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, there we go. I knew it started with an M. For the wisdom to learn from our past, and he sets down Marmonith. And the knowledge to make a better future, and he'll set down a car. The Wild Hunt protects those who are in the cycle of life and death. I didn't like Finch, but even he deserves to have his rest.
And Lila will nod, and while they, I guess, kind of take a moment of silence, she will just kind of wrap her arm around his and lay her head on his shoulder.
York kind of leaned his head back on hers and just kind of have his arms crossed and just kind of stand there in reverence, just kind of quietly for a little bit. We can stay as long as you want. I don't have plans.
Yeah, and after a little while of like meditation, I mean, I don't have anything else she would probably say or anything.
Then when they eventually leave, Yorick would head out there, and you'd see kind of a big kind of stone boulder, basically. And Yorick, with a lot of effort, like this is heavy even for Yorick, but he will move to kind of slide it over the entrance as a means to make sure that the grave is not disturbed.
Yeah.
Takes him a minute to catch his breath, because he wanted to really make sure that no one could just dig around with this clearly.
Right, yeah. I know you have very mixed emotions about Finch, but this does feel right. I appreciate it.
No, you're welcome. It's the right thing to do. What do you think you learned most from him? What's the big takeaway from all this for you?
Wow. I mean, in school, I learned how to stand up for myself. I learned that I seek value in other people when I should seek it in myself. But now I've learned so much more. I think this process taught me how to actually be helpful to you all in this fight. How we can actually make the Dark One fear us. And how you can actually save a soul.
If you never forget it, I think it's a good lesson to learn. He will, again, reach into his bag, and he will pull out a very, very intricately carved black onyx statue, and he will hold it out to her. One of Finch. And on the bottom, as there always is, a little inscription. Justice and mercy.
She will hold it, reading that, and you'll see like a little tear form, and she'll it. And she will just give him one big hug.
He'll just hold her.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't expect to get in my feels, y'all. Oh, well.
I thought you'd like this.
Yeah, it's sweet as heck.
That was pretty much all that I had planned for this.
So sweet, though.
Thank you.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you so very much. Very nice. Alrighty. So, with that, as the two of you exit from the cave and return back to the city, we'll go ahead and hop to...
Yeah, I'm ready now.
You ready now? I think we need to go to Twig first, because there's something she needs to do in Raven Rock before you do your thing.
Okay.
Okay. Twig!
It's really funny because I was. Oh, wait. Which thing?
The question
One
you
of the
needed to
things-
ask that really important person.
See, yeah, okay, cool. I thought you meant okay.
Okay.
'Cause I was low-key just like, yeah, I'll do that after we go to Half Crest. But I guess if we're not going to go back to Raven Rock, I don't know what our travel plans are here. So yeah, we can do that now.
Okay.
So yeah, on one of the days, when everyone's meeting for breakfast, Twig has that morning been a little bit quieter than quiet, I guess, because she's not normally the talker. But she would not have eaten anything that morning. She's just been picking around her food. And just in the middle of breakfast, she will suddenly just like down her fork, stop like the kind of like mimicking of it, and just with the party hopefully there,
I think I want to try and get an audience with Kjaldison today. And, well, I feel like at least my knight should be there, but I would appreciate any other company if anyone else wanted to come as well.
I would love to accompany you if that would make you feel better. But I
Yeah.
have full confidence that you don't need our company.
Yeah, I mean, what Lila said, but I mean, he and I are brothers, you know, metaphorically. So, yeah, absolutely, I'll come.
Wait, what? How metaphorically? Fuck.
Am I getting this wrong? Wasn't he a member of the Crimson Lily? That was him,
You
right?
talk about that though, because it's a whole secret-ass organization.
I mean, we brought it up when we got the first meeting with him in the tournament.
Shit. Okay.
So yeah,
Probably.
everyone
Never mind.
knows
Erase
that.
Fuck you.
I absolutely will be right by your side.
Are you in?
Yes, yes, I am.
Alright,
Sorry.
cool.
Yeah.
Just making sure
You're
you're a little
staring
quiet
into
there for a
space,
second.
just being introspective. River did not zone out. Yuri's
We
down.
believe you.
Right. Well, I think I'd certainly feel better knowing that I'm not going there just alone.
So are we talking like now, or like tomorrow, or like?
Well, I don't know. I'm sure King's busy, so I was planning to, well, inquire after breakfast.
I say we inquire after breakfast.
Yes.
I concur.
Are you asking or telling us, Twig?
No, she told us. Didn't you hear? After breakfast, we're gonna inquire about the king. Gotta
She's
pay
a
attention,
lady.
York.
Tells
Uh-huh.
us,
Yeah.
telling us we're going places.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
See?
Yeah.
You heard her orders.
I
York,
believe
get on
you.
it.
You can't order me around. I'm not part of the house.
Well,
She
she sure can as long as I'm around.
You fucking wish.
Whatever you
I
say.
think this is a good example of what we're not going to do and say in front of the king.
I absolutely agree.
True.
All right, everyone finish breakfast so we can go.
Yeah, mount up your horses, gang. By the way, all your horses are here.
Oh,
Just go through the city.
Yeah, why not? Ravenrock's a pretty big city, isn't it? Like, it would take a while just to walk anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
and it's impressive to arrive somewhere on horses. So
Hell yeah.
Squad.
Hey, man.
Roll up.
roll up, yeah.
Nuffle do a very, like, I'm a real fucking lady hairstyle for Twig today. Whatever that looks like, you know?
I was like,
Whatever that looks like.
I'm a real fucking lady. I
That's
like
right. Yeah.
that. Iconic.
There's not a fucking hair out of place.
Nope, exactly.
Flyaways,
Like-
don't know her.
Nope, no. Those baby hairs tucked away perfectly. Mwah. And like, yeah, Nuffle will look like he'll be real fucking knightly today too. He'll do his hair to the nines and like, you know, get that little chest out, pomp and circumstance stance.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go see the king.
Alrighty.
Lila will wear Forester colors.
Oh,
Glamour.
nice.
York's wearing shorts and a t-shirt. No.
Oh yeah.
Sweatpants.
Awesome.
Hasn't done his hair.
Come on.
He already
Oh,
likes
yeah.
me.
Oh my god.
He already likes me.
Okay, so as all of you approach the horses that Yorick had procured, as you all approach of them, you recognize the horses that you had used all throughout your journeys through the Riverlands. However, Twig, as you begin to approach the animals, you can see Marshall, Nalthian's horse. He seems to move closer towards you, and it kind of nudges into you a bit.
Yeah, I mean, she'll kind of like pat his neck and I guess focus in onto what he might be saying.
So you
You
cast a spell?
right?
Yes. Speak
Okay.
battles.
Okay.
I mean, she'd just be using the class thing. She would be fucking
Oh, okay. Yeah.
spellcasting.
So as you tune in and you asked, "Are you all right?"
Well, I'm gonna be honest, Twig. I'm feeling just a little tired.
is there something we could do?
Well, I mean, of course, I'm happy to help in whatever way is deemed necessary, but if sometime soon you all would be willing to allow me to stay somewhere differently and maybe not have to ride into a battle or have so much weight on my back. Not that Nalthian's very heavy at all, but
And you see him, he kind of like cocks his neck a bit.
I'm just not nearly as strong as I used to be.
Well, course, we wouldn't want to push you for anything. I mean, you're also more than free to, I guess, be or go where you'd want to go. I don't know if there'd be stables, or I don't know, a farm or something you could go to. We could find somewhere if that would be what you would be wanting.
I mean, if all of you are okay with that, that would be nice. A small little farm outside where I could just graze and spend the rest of my time.
We could do that.
Well, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. I very much appreciate that.
And she'll like wrap her little arms around his neck.
Oh, well, that's quite a nice hug, isn't it?
Man, I wanted a unicorn, but now I feel kind of bad.
Same.
Put down Marshall, man.
Okay, but listen, he's not getting put down. He's just tired and old.
Yeah, we're sending him to the farm upstate.
Joe, if you have anything happen to Lawrence, I'm leaving this campaign, just for the record.
Yeah. She'll also just, I guess, briefly turn to the other horses that are there.
I mean, the rest of you still alright to continue on?
Marshall looks at you, or not Marshall, Lawrence looks at you and says, "Well, of course I'm good to move on."
What does
My
peeing
man.
sound like?
I wasn't ready.
I mean, yeah, like I'm totally cool to keep doing whatever, honestly. I just think you're really cool, and it's been a while since I've seen Lila. It's so great. I love it here.
She's just
Joe, thank you so much for doing that just for me. I know what you're doing.
You're welcome, buddy.
I'm so happy right now.
The other horses don't have names like the one twig.
I do. So Yuri's is a chestnut mare named Lenora. Yep.
So Lenora says, "Well, I am very good to continue traveling." Aye.
These are all such crazy accents. I love it.
Horses are diverse.
They are.
Is that, what do you mean that's not what he said? Like, are you the DM? No, I am. Things change.
Oh, God.
You guys went to the Astral Sea. You're in a different universe now. The horses sound different. That's the only
shit.
thing that's
What
changed.
is,
Fuck. Okay.
what does the horse president sound like?
The horse president?
Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
remember that bit? Like, session 3 of my time in this campaign?
Excuse me. What?
That was a whole thing. Lawrence and Marshall were talking, and Marshall was like, "Yeah, we gotta have a horse president. We gotta be united. That's the problem. We're all too separated." They had like a whole thing going back and forth about a horse president.
This isn't just a fever dream that y'all had.
No,
Oh,
look this up. It happened. I swear.
that's insane, dude. Woo. Why do people let me talk?
I'm so good at it.
That's the dumbest shit. Okay.
You've ever heard?
Yeah, that's the dumbest shit I have ever heard.
Oh my god, let me check my water real quick.
Now, what's Twigs?
What?
What's Twig's horse?
No, Nalfiad and Twig both had Marshall. They'd ride together.
Yeah.
Nice share.
Oh,
But
You,
now
you need to get your own horse.
Yeah, now we're horseless, which is a bit orky, especially when we're about to see the king, but that's okay.
No, I'm about to get the unicorn, right?
you know, you keep asking for it, and it makes us really awkward.
Shiny black with like a long flowing mane.
Can you? Yeah, I feel like Tyler, the creator, right now. Can you just let me finish, please?
I'm
Oh
sorry.
my god, just let me finish. Let me do what I need to do, okay? All right.
Okay. Permission to speak. Great.
Okay. All right. So, all of you gather your materials, but sadly, near the actor's respite, the stables that is there, there are no other horses available. So as all of you sort of sit and think
Wait,
about...
shit, I could conjure my own horse. Wait, no, I should let you speak. I'm sorry.
Can you let me do what I need to do, please? Thank you. Oh my god. You literally just said something about permission to speak and then you fucking broke the rule. All right.
Man.
Twig, you have an idea, but you're like, nah, that's a stupid fucking idea. I'm not going to capitalize on that. Yeah, we got a server mute, Gemma. So, Nalfian and Twig. Of course, you look to Marshall, and you know that if you asked it of him, Marshall would be more than happy to ride with you one last time. But to support you and Nalfian to the keep and to back, he would live, you're sure. He would be fine, but it's time for him to rest. He's been working for a long time. Twig, in that moment, you can see the black roses that are currently affixed into your hair. Now, Thean, as you look down towards her, you can see one of them bloom just a bit larger than it was before, as if it was still alive. And as you look towards that, Nalfian, you can feel the bracers around your arms. You can feel the vines begin to writhe and move and tighten to a degree as if you were pulling on a leather strap on the bracer yourself. And you begin to hear a short distance away and as the two of you turn, it's almost like this heat wave that you see, this mirage-like apparition, shades of black and translucent silver throughout the mane. A creature that seems ethereal in its current state. You can see as the hooves make contact with the ground, small patches of black roses or dark flowers begin to bloom, leaves behind a trail. As this creature approaches, the mirage eventually ends. You can see several sailors and traders in the area. They panic for a moment as this creature just appears out of nowhere. This horse with a long, pearlescent horn jutting out of its forehead. As the two of you look to each other and then look to the unicorn, you can see the unicorn horn taps onto your forehead, Twig, and then to yours, Nalfian. And there is this reverberating voice that you hear. Ride swiftly and safely. I look forward to seeing you both very, very soon. Almost like an explosion of petals and flowers in your mind as eventually the dust settles. And you can see this unicorn stands in front of you.
Yay!
Unicorn and quiet.
Yeah! Thanks, Queen.
Nagging off, we get it. Hell yeah.
Nalfian is, he feels bad because, like, obviously Marshall has been by his side for a hot minute. But he also, I assume Twig translated his old wariness. So he would see Marshall as taken to a place where he can spend the rest of his days in the comfort of a field rather than in the heat of battle. But as when he sees this unicorn, though, he does get a little giddy because that's exciting. Like immediately he wants to like put a little braid in the mane of this unicorn so they have like little matching hairstyles. But he would look to Twig and he would say, so, do you know what their name is?
Twig will look back at the unicorn. So, does it count as beast?
Well, I don't know. Technically, does it? I don't know, actually.
I think it absolutely doesn't, because I remember there was this whole thing about me being like, oh, well, I could conjure a unicorn because beast, but no, it's not a
No,
beast.
it is a celestial.
Wow.
However, Twig, as you connect with the creature, this goes beyond that of your connection to beasts and animals. And in fact, Nalfian, when you ask the question, you hear the response as well. As in reverence, the mount responds and says, "You, in the common tongue, may call me Twilight."
Screaming internally. Great. Okay, that's Kayla. That's not Nalfian.
Oh, me too, Kayla. I think for the same reason, maybe.
Okay. Nalfian is going
Yes.
to... God, we're trash people. Nalfian is going to give Twilight a couple little pats. Gonna put that little braid in so they get a little matching side braid. And then he's gonna offer his hand to help Twig up on top.
Okay.
You should take Twilight to the library. I'm sure they love it.
We should. Okay, we're good. We're not gonna go down that train. We're not gonna go down that train.
Okay.
Did I just give it a My Little Pony name?
Yes. Yes, you did. Me, My Little Pony.
Woo! You know what? Actually,
Pretty. No,
the
I like it.
you
You
know
can't change I like the name Twilight.
it
Nope,
says.
nope, blah, blah, blah.
In fact, I
White
believe
out.
that I've made a mistake in the
Yeah, the name
translation.
is different. It's Twilight Sparkles, but this is just Twilight, so it's totally different. Oh.
You can
So
call me
Nalfian will
Shadow.
help- Man, fuck you. No, I like Twilight. No, Nalfian will help Twig onto Twilight, and then we can head
All
Twilight
right.
with you. And he would pay someone very nice, a lot of money to take Marshall somewhere very safe.
Yeah, so talking to just very briefly some of the actors and some of the individuals, the patrons of the bar, just asking a few people before you leave. They do tell you of a winery that is reopening on the outside of town that
Yes.
is looking for just some animals that maybe need a final place to rest and relax, for a little petting zoo type area for people to come and experience.
I think Marshall would love that. So yeah, Nalfian would agree again. Probably pay more than he needs to, but
Yeah.
he, this is important to get him there safely.
Nice.
So yeah, goes to
Okay.
the king. We're riding in fucking style now, boys. Let's roll out.
I will say it is just a little uncomfortable because you don't have any like saddle or anything, so you're just
Oh, well, we'll get those later. Don't worry.
you get those later.
We
Yeah,
couldn't,
it's more
like, transfer the one from Marshall.
Yeah.
oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
Marshall doesn't
Okay.
need a saddle anymore. He's He's got a free ball
Okay.
it now.
All right.
Wasn't
Please
it
don't talk about
Marshall,
Marshall's
like, a
balls, all right?
Massive horse, and
He's
like
a
you know,
Clyde
the saddle
Dale.
wouldn't fit.
Yeah.
It wouldn't work on a unicorn.
Adjust the straps.
Yeah, and you know, it might be a good idea to upgrade later on, but for now it'll do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let's go see the king.
Yeah. Now that you have your fucking unicorn.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't ask for much, okay? It ain't much, but it's honest work, baby. All right, let's go.
You don't ask for much. It's a unicorn.
Listen, okay, in my defense, I've been talking to Joe about a unicorn for a while, okay? Because Gemma put it in my head, and I was like, that'd be fucking cool. And then I'm just like, what if, you know...
Anyway, so we roll up.
If you would have just trusted me, it would have showed up regardless. Now it looks premeditated.
Well, I hope you put
So
some
we
thought
stroll
into
up
it.
to the palace,
I did!
we talk to the guards, we let them let us in.
Okay. No, yeah, of course. So, plus, you guys, your plan is to teleport everywhere, so it's not like these mounts are going to be too useful.
Man, fuck you.
Oh, God. Okay. So, you roll up to the, let me go ahead and pull it up here, to the King's Manor. Where's that at? That pop up for you guys?
No.
Wait, I can export it to chat. Does that work? Okay, yeah.
Ooh.
Very nice.
So you approach the keep. You can see that there is a moss-covered gatehouse. This inner wall that will allow entrance to the king's manor. As you approach the gate, there are several honor guard there that see you approach, but immediately wave you in, having recognized you from Nalfian from winning the tourney, Lila from the Tatiana family name, Yorick being on the king's cleared list for whatever reason that is unknown to them, that only the king has shared with them. And then Eurydice for what you had done in Wheat Hill. Yeah, there we go. Whew, man, it's been a minute. As word of the individual in the sky above the city, there are many people that now connect that to the only elf that they've seen with those type of tattoos. So, a renowned group of individuals walks freely into the king's manor. As all of you approach, the sounds of the city fade in the background as you make your way into a much more quiet and peaceful area of the city. In fact, as you ask the guards on where to go, they direct you not into the manor itself, but around to the back end of the manor. Where is that at? Sorry. There we go. As you make your way back to the far end of the manor, you can see a garden. A large, expansive garden with canopies and tables. There are areas to rest, to sit. There are hammocks and small fire pits that currently burn in this back area. There are guards that patrol back and forth, statues of previous kings and queens of Iverion, and as you approach, you see 3 individuals currently sitting and chatting. So, you see, for one, Prince Henry, the spitting image of his father, King Kjaldarson IV. But then you also see Desa, the drow archmage that all of you have met before. You see the 3 of them talking, Henry seeming much calmer and much more peaceful since the last time you encountered him. You can see Henry sees all of you with a smile and says,
Well, Father, we can discuss the rest of this later. Thank you for your time. It's great to see all of you again. Thank you for everything you've done.
It's good to see that you're doing well. Nalfian will offer a handshake.
yeah, he'll return it.
Well, enjoy your discussion.
And with that, you can see that Henry heads off. Desa gives a small nod, but will leave you alone with the king. As King Kjaldarson sort of leans back in the outdoor stone-carved bench that has these feather cushions laid on it, decorated in blues and golds of the colors of House Kjaldarson. As he sort of leans back, he says,
Well, it is a great honor to have the Forerunners of Fate grace my manor. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Muffin's gonna give a little bow and just like look to Twig. And let her do her thing.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine there's all the customary bow shit.
Yeah.
But I guess as Twig's getting up from hers.
I wanted to come here to make a request, Your Majesty. Years ago, during the fall of the Forrester House, there wasn't many that I suppose survived from that fallout. But one of the individuals, Elias Harwood, one of the heads of the mine house in Bannerman to the Forrester House, was placed in exile and now is in Tarkia. He's an old man, and he is more than certainly a good man. And so I wish to come here today to ask for his pardon and for the end of his exile.
That is a very bold ask, I should have you know. It is no easy thing to pardon someone, you understand. Do you believe that he has atoned for the mistakes that he made?
I believe he has. I will admit, and I obviously don't know him, perhaps, well, for any long or deep amount of time, but when I did meet him, he was sad. He was barely a shell of a man, but as soon as he learned who I was, as soon as we started talking about the Forrester House, he changed. He wanted to do anything he could. He certainly helped me out a great deal. And from at least what I understand, all the things he did do that I don't deny are wrong, but they were misguided. They were misguided loyalty and devotion to what he thought was right. And wrong, surely, but all of it is the marks of a good man.
So you would be willing to stake your name and impeachable character on this man? Take full responsibility for his actions, should he step out of line again.
I would.
He looks to you, Twig, and he looks to the rest of your companions. I care a great deal about the people of Iverion. I know I have not been the best king.
I am not the most wise. I hope that history will remember me fondly many years from now. One thing I have never been is uncertain. When I make a decision, that word is law. I have found that it has aided me many times in my reign. But very rarely do heroes that have saved my cities time and time again come asking for help. Keep in mind, this is not a favor. I am not doing you this kindness in return for your deeds. I will pardon him, Twig, Lady Forrester. But I need to make incredibly clear that should he step out of line, should he fall back into the ways that he did, exile will not be his punishment. With the state of my son, I cannot afford to have my authority as regent questioned. If that happens, to bring finality to the matter, he will be executed. I do not want that to happen. But you need to understand the stakes of what you're asking for. And on top of that, regardless of how much good you do for the people of Iverion, I do not know if I could trust your judgment. But if you are willing to stake all of that on this man, and so be it, I will pardon him. But I want you to understand the stakes of what you're asking for before you agree to that.
I more than understand. I mean, if he was to start doing horrible things again, I wouldn't want him to. But like I said, I think he was angry, and I think he was more so lashing out than acting with any true malcontent for this kingdom, for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a sad thing that he'd never be able to see the home he fought for again. Place that he loved enough that, well, it seems that his own daughter has also similarly at least dedicated herself to helping the Hazards, Hazards Hollow. I don't think that'd be any mark of someone that wished ill upon this land.
All right. Then so be it. I will organize the paperwork and handle everything related to that. But I, King Calderson IV, Regent of Iverion and of the Raven Feather Throne, hereby pardon Elias Harwood, Bannerman to House Forrester, per the request of Lady Forrester. It is done.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
You're very welcome, your lady. If there is nothing else, then. Very good.
That was the only thing I wish to request, so thank you again.
Of course. Well, enjoy the rest of your time in Raven Rock, and should you need anything else, do not hesitate to come and find me. And with that, you can see that he will stand, and 4 guards in heavy plate armor, enameled in blues and golds, walk, flanking each side of him as he walks away.
Now Floyd look to Twig and give her a squeeze on the shoulder. Good job.
Yeah, she's like trying to keep her composure, you know, obviously be formal and all that shit, but she is grinning at you.
Mm-hmm. Let's give her a wink and escort everyone out.
Okay.
We did it. We did it. Hooray!
Hooray!
Jump into the air, time freeze.
Yeah. One pardon down.
All right, everybody start committing crimes, so Twig has to keep asking for pardons. Do that shit you do in Skyrim where you're like, I'm the Thane.
It's not a big deal.
Quick, somebody go kill somebody. let's see if Twig can get away with it.
We could
What
just
if
bring
we
up
kill
everyone's
Hold on,
cat.
hold on. Do
How
we
about
could
that?
really
Come
test the
on,
waters.
like in the street, just real quick.
No, get out. Remember that incident in Lop where we killed a man and put him inside a barrel? Do you guys remember that?
Oh my
Which
god.
one?
Sorry, that's a old ass reference. Anyway, let's move on.
I was like, nope, no, I don't.
You murdered someone in the city where you couldn't murder people, and then went, oh fuck.
Wait, did you just say the city where you can't murder people? Were there cities where they were like, fuck it, do whatever you want?
Look, man, we had a body. We needed to put it somewhere. The barrel was a great option. Anyway.
Oh my god.
So we leave on our unicorn.
All right. Okie dokie. So, what the fuck is this? Why are there Edward? Oh, because Twilight. Yeah, okay.
Twilight, duh.
All right. Damn it! I want to change the name now. Fuck.
Picked the single worst name you could have
Any
picked,
name
Joe.
sacred anymore at this point.
Should've
I
just-
love
Peony,
it.
Peony, Twilight.
Nini.
I mean, Lawrence is pretty cool.
Lawrence is safe for now.
Alrighty. So, all of you return. Whoa, oh man, that was rough. All of you return to the actor's respite after arriving in the king's manor. Now departing from there, you leave behind the sounds of the forest, and we then head back into the city. So, now that we are within the city, is there anything else anybody wanted to do in Raven Rock?
Yeah. I have one thing that Lila wanted to do in Raven Rock. Unless, Kayla, did you have something you wanted to do in Raven Rock too?
Not in Raven Rock, actually.
Okay. Yeah. So I have one thing. Unless anyone else has something else.
I mean, I also have a thing, but I think you're good to go before me, so.
Yeah. Okay. So Lila is gonna bring up to Nalfian again the ballet. And I didn't know if anyone else was interested in going to the ballet.
It sounds like fun.
Okay.
I'll say that Yorick's other thing is during the ballet, so he will not be there.
Okay, cool. Well, Lila will bring up the ballet to Nalfian and say, if you would like to go tonight, I'm available tonight.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to see it.
Okay, great. I do think it'll be pretty inspirational for your poem, probably.
Should I take notes?
No, just let it speak to you. I will warn you, it is a tragedy, though.
Oh, great, my favorite. He smiles.
All right. Just wanted to give you a heads up, but I do think you'll enjoy it. I think it'll mean something to you. I think.
I trust you. And anything that's going to inspire me to write this and it not sound awful, I will appreciate it.
All right. And then they can just go to the ballet.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna bring his little. He's gonna bring his little journal anyway, just in case he like just gets hit with something to like write that shit down, write that down,
That's cute.
All right. So late that evening, around the 7 p.m., when the evening performance begins, Eurydice, Lila, and Nalfian head to the ballet. Is Twig going to or staying behind?
I mean, I will say no, just to let Nalfian have his notes.
I think, Kayla, did you make a noise
It's
in the other room? Oh, okay. I thought you went, no!
Oh no, I didn't.
sure the ballet's late, like it's past Twig's bedtime.
That's a good point.
So
Yeah.
she's gonna be vibing with Doglin instead.
Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah, somebody's gotta babysit Doglin. All right. So we'll also say Lucky is left behind as well. So Twig is managing
The dogs.
the dogs. Yeah. Okay. So with that, we head into the Bosserman Theater.
Yeah. Heck
So-
yeah.
It's a Coliseum. It's a Coliseum. Okay, so you all head into the Bosserman Theater. It is incredibly decadent and beautiful and lovely. It is very much like those very, very, very gaudy theaters that are all over New York and Chicago that have this absolutely jaw-dropping golden filigree across the top and sides of the proscenium. It is,
I understand.
yeah.
I know what we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Clearly you do.
That's okay. I'll send an image here in a second. For those of you that can't imagine things.
God damn.
Italy and shit. I think I can imagine a nice bit.
Nope. Theater wasn't invented until America. So
Yes, you theater major.
American playwright I've ever read.
The
so
fact that it's in an amphitheater, like that's not important. It's America.
exactly. See, thank you, Gemma.
Yeah,
Thank you for
yeah.
being on my side for once. So you all head to the theater. So as you do, you enter, you take your seats. Very, very good seats per the request of William Bosserman, the owner of the theater. As you sit, as the sounds of the city fade, the speaking within the audience, the chatter comes down to a deafening silence as the house lights recede and turn off, the magical illumination disappearing, and eventually the stage illuminates as the performance begins. And with that, Felicity, I'll let you take it away.
Oh shit. Look
Uh,
at you.
I tried. It's a little longer than I thought it was gonna be. So sorry. And just a reminder, because I don't think River maybe knows, the play is called, or the ballet is called The Swan. So, the curtain rises, and the set is an interior of a beautiful castle. The color palette is warm tones with golds, and details are ornate. A young, confident prince dances across the stage, flaunting his new crossbow to his peers, which he will use for hunting this evening. Shortly behind him, the king and queen follow. While the prince's movements are bold and strong, the king and queen try to grab hold of him to explain their concern. Once they have his attention, they plead with him to take his role as the heir seriously. He has not found a wife or even been looking. He rashly brushes them off and away, and carries on with his carelessness. He parts to go enjoy his evening, leaving his parents in a woeful state. That evening scene follows. The set is now of a lake. The color palette is cold tones, mostly whites, silvers, and blues. Rows of swans dance under the moonlight in complete unison, except for one. The swan tries to match the other's perfection, but her movements start to wander, following her own pattern of dance until she has fully broken away from the chain and is leaping and spinning in a solo of her own. The music transitions to her motif as she carries on, the motif is one that is sorrow yet hopeful. Suddenly, the music shifts, and all the swans scatter away. The dark wizard of this realm arrives with his motif underscoring his approach. He approaches our main swan and waves his wand to correct her movements, realigning her in the dance. All the swans now obey until the dance is complete. The wizard, now satisfied, lets his swans be. Our swan is left alone, saddened by the state of her reality. Behind her, we see the prince from before approach with his crossbow knocked and ready to shoot. Before he does, though, a warm spotlight appears on stage, symbolizing the rising of the sun. The swan steps into the morning light, and some of simple illusion magic, the dancer of the swans, or the swan dress of the dancer, shifts, revealing her human form. A tiara atop her head lets us know that she too is royalty. The prince lowers his crossbow and slowly approaches, revealing his presence to the princess. She is startled at first, but he is kind and bows, offering his hand for a dance. She timidly accepts his request, and the two dance together. The golden light fills up the stage as they go on. The pair are in perfect time together and is like they are meant to be. The prince invites her to a ball that evening, and the princess is distraught. She will return to her swan form once the sun sets. The only way to break the spell is for her to be engaged to her true love. The prince decides that he will propose to her once she arrives at the ball, before the sun sets. Overjoyed, she agrees. He spins her one final time and kisses her hand before he parts. The swan princess can only live in her joy briefly as the dark wizard returns. Knowing now that she has a way to break the spell, he waves his wand and a duplicate of her is made. With the strange stage magic used, it is actually the same dancer playing both the swan princess and the duplicate. This duplicate is a darker version of the princess. Her dress is as black as night, and though she and the swan princess are dancing the same dance, her moves are sharp and rigid, while the swan princess is soft and fluid. The swan princess turns to run, but the wizard waves his hand once again, and she's returned to her swan form, even though it is daylight. The dark wizard leads the dark duplicate away from the lake to the castle to meet the prince. The swan in her sadness builds up the courage to head to the castle and make things right, even if she's not a human. At the ball, the prince excitedly greets his guests. The dancer does a fantastic solo with leaps and spins. He is overjoyed for everyone to meet his swan princess, and he even now his parents are overjoyed, and he shows them a ring. The king and queen are relieved and proud that their son has found love. The castle once again is filled with warm light of the sun. The tone of the music shifts again. It sounds like a twisted version of the swan princess's motif. The dark wizard and the duplicate enter. The prince takes a moment to ponder as the woman he loves seems different. No matter though, he offers her his hand in a dance. She accepts as before, but she mimics the movements of the swan princess. Again, they are sharper and cutting. The prince throughout the dance grows uneasy, and he turns to meet the gaze of his parents, who are looking proud of him still. Despite his hesitation at the end of the dance, the prince takes out the ring and begins to get on one knee. But then our swan princess quickly runs into the ballroom. Everyone is surprised by the presence of a swan, but the prince recognizes her and knows that she is the true princess. Having stopped the proposal, the warm light leaves the stage, and the silvery blue moonlight floods the stage. The duplicate now shifts and turns into a black swan. Again, an exact copy of the swan princess, but the midnight color is the only difference. The swans to begin a duel of sorts. The black swan begins to chase the swan princess away to the lake, and the dark wizard follows. The prince is left in the castle, contemplates what to do. He picks up his new crossbow again and runs after them. At the lake, the wizard and the black swan have the swan princess cornered. She is unsure if she will be able to make it out, but before the dark wizard is able to cast a spell, a bolt from the crossbow lands in his shoulder. The prince arrives on stage and duels the wizard, while the swan princess handles the black swan. Both swans have quite a struggle, or both battles are quite a struggle, but eventually in the moonlight, the Swan Princess and the Black Swan hostile movements begin to become a dance, and they are in unison. Both start to adapt to each other's unique movements with their own. Their unique motifs merge as well, making a unique but now complete song of its own. Finally, the two halves merge once again, and the swan is now a glistening silver color. The swan turns around to see the struggle between the prince and the wizard. They had been dueling on a shaky set piece symbolizing a rocky cliff behind the lake. The prince, now seeing that the Swan Princess is okay, decides to grapple the wizard and leap off behind the cliff set pieces, bringing them both to their demise. The swan, shocked by what had happened, begins to grieve the loss of her prince. However, magic swirls around her, and the swan-like nature shifts into a glittering silver dress. The moonlight still out, she is now a human, and the curse has been broken. The swan dances once more in the lake, the music solemn yet hopeful. At the end of the dance, the sunlight shines in once more as the swan looks into the sky for the bright future to come. Light fades to black as the applause begins, and light comes back up to the full cast for bows as the curtain finally closes, ending the production.
And that is the Swan Ballet. That's so good, Felicity.
That was
Oh my
fantastic.
Gosh, let me cry. Oh my god. That was so good. I want to copy that. Is that your next play that you're writing? Okay, I see you.
No, it's just it's Swan Lake, but not.
I love
I
it.
just kept imagining Barbie Swan Lake.
Oh my god, right? I also.
Yes, it's
But it
Swan
was
Lake,
really good.
but remixed a
Yeah.
little bit.
I
so
love it.
cannot
you go.
take most credit. But
Yuri's crying.
Oh,
Yuri.
Who's Tchaikovsky? Don't know him.
who is he? Who is he?
Sounds real fucking lame, you know?
So the patrons begin to leave the theater, leaving the three of you there to discuss or talk, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I would say like after what, like as before the curtain rose, I think Nelfian like flipped to a clean page in his little journal he was keeping, ready to take notes. You know, even though Lila was like, you probably don't need to. But I think the moment that it started, he probably didn't touch it. And by the time it was done, the page would probably still be empty. He was too captivated with what was happening in front of him. And like I felt like this after I saw Hades Town, where I just kind of sat, and I didn't really have anything to say for a second, because Delphine I think was just processing. So he's gonna be quiet for a few minutes until somebody says something to him.
I think Lila would look to both Eurydice and Nalfian, letting them just kind of like think about it, knowing that probably Nalfian's like really taking it in. So maybe after a few minutes, just, you know, contemplating, she will ask him, "Did you like it?"
No, I loved it. I thought it was amazing. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
Like a ballet or that kind of story?
Like a ballet. Kind of closes the notebook. Do you ever feel a lot of things all at once and then not know what to do with all of those things that you're feeling all at once?
Yeah, I do. That's why I said you didn't really need notes.
Let me ask you, why do you think at the end, why do you think the prince went down with the wizard?
I think for him, as somebody who had been pretty flighty his whole life, he found a purpose. And maybe it wasn't the wisest decision, but he had a priority, and it was saving her. he took the opportunity.
And she still danced.
And I think that's what I like the most about the ending, is it is a tragedy. But it doesn't mean that the rest of her story is a tragedy. Even if we don't get to see the rest of her story, you know?
No, I agree. It is a tragedy, but I think it's also creating hope. If he hadn't done that, who's to say that the wizard wouldn't overpower him or later take the freedom that she found away again?
That's true, that's possible. I didn't even think of that.
And in a way, maybe it was that sacrifice that led to breaking the spell.
Maybe it was a sacrifice in the end and not his death. I didn't even think of that being the option. But I guess that's the beauty of a ballet, is you think one person's story that they're watching could be a little different than the person's next to you, seeing just a little bit different meaning and everything.
Kind of looks up to the empty stage. I like stories like that. They have different meanings, right? They're nice.
I agree.
In a weird way. Good to see. What did you think? Kind of looking to her.
She obviously cried. She thought it was like so tragic.
Oh.
It was a lot. It was I don't really know how to talk about it. It was just part of it felt so senseless, and then part of it felt so right, and it was just like a big mix of emotions. Like, he could have chosen to stay, but he took the safer option of making sure that the wizard died so that she'd be okay. But I don't know, in a way he also left her alone, but he still freed her. It's a lot.
I think that I like that, though. It's not, art doesn't need to be logic necessarily. It was more of the emotion behind the choices rather than the logic behind them. Right?
I suppose. But how much of... You go to a lot of ballets, right? And like these kind of things.
Yeah, I've studied a few also.
How much of the love stories end up being tragedies?
Not all of them. Because that's the
comforting.
difference. This is a tragedy, not a romance, you know?
But
So
it
there's-
had romance in it.
I mean, yeah, comedies have romance in them too sometimes. And comedies also
Like-
usually end with happy endings, so.
Why can't they be both comedies and romances, or tragedies and romances? What sets them apart between being a tragedy and a romance, if they've got both in them?
Well, this one, it seems like the message was less about the romance and more about the tragedy, in my opinion. But maybe it is more about the romance. Kind of however you saw it.
He sacrificed himself and found purpose in loving her, so surely the purpose was the romance.
You see, Nelfin kind of looks back at the stage. I liked that she danced anyway. I think the purpose was that she learned to still move on and still be happy. Through her sorrow, she still found herself. It was a tragedy. And I'm sure that he loved her very much and she loved him. But she danced anyway. And I think that's important. And he turns back. Well, I didn't write it, but I think that's pretty cool.
I didn't write it either, just studied it. So there's
It's a strong message about keeping going. And she's gonna get up and she's gonna be like, I'm gonna go, you know what, I'm gonna go and just like get a drink or something if people wanna come get a drink or something.
yeah. As Eurydice is walking away, I was gonna lean over to Nalfi and be like, I was more worried about you in this show, not Eurydice. I don't think she took that well.
You worried about me? He's like giving her a look.
Yes. Sorry, I was. Yes, I was.
Thank you for bringing me here.
You're welcome.
I think I needed to see this. And it definitely helped. But it was a little difficult to sit through at times. Not because it was bad, not because I disagreed with anything that was happening, but because it spoke a lot of truth. And it really makes you think, doesn't it? Would you be willing to jump off that cliff?
I was.
Kinda puts his hand on top of hers. Yeah? Yeah?
She will take his hand and just kind of squeeze it.
But they danced anyway.
As we should.
It smiles. Alright, let's go get this drink.
Yeah, we should definitely check on Yuri.
Yes. I'll get up.
Yeah. As the two of you, now the last two within the performing area, within the audience, you exit. Eurydice, as you had left, William Bosserman was actually in the house as you were leaving, and he caught you before you were able to walk out and said, Eurydice, I'm so very glad you were able to see it. What did you think of the ballet?
It was so wonderful. It was really, really great. I've never been to one before, but it was really beautiful. The dancing was amazing. I did cry, as you could probably see, but it was a tragedy.
Yes.
So
Of course. I cry every time I watch it. It is beautiful.
it was well done. It was wonderful.
And never something I've been able to nail down. It is a tale told not by the tongue, but by the fluid verse of the body. It's a silent soliloquy performed on the grand stage of life. Its meaning is as deep as the deepest sonnet. Its passions are poignant as the most tragic play.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I do think that he kind of, the Bellaclarian composer that wrote it, I do think that he kind of stole a bit from me in Romeo and Juliet, Star-Crossed Lovers, but, you know, I think that's not for me to decide, it's for people to decide, and art is theft, after all, right?
I suppose, but at least it was being put on here, so, you know, you still kind of win.
I like the way you think. If you ever want to retire from adventuring, I'd love to hire you here as a business manager, since you seem to have the mind for it.
Wow, thank you. I think I'm going to be a bit busy for a long time, but I will absolutely keep it in mind. I'll be back here frequently anyway for the shows.
All right. Very well. And with that, Lila and Nalfian exit, and he greets the two of you as well. And he says, so how did you enjoy the ballet?
I think it was your best work yet. And he'll shake his hand.
I did not write it, but thank you so much.
All right, well done putting it on.
I will pass your compliments to the Belkin composer, though. Yes,
Yeah,
well,
how do you
anyway,
have- what
you
do you
should
have to do
probably
to-
get back to the
all right.
actor's respite, right?
Yes, our conversation is over. All right, goodbye.
Smooth. Well done.
I gave them free tickets. Okay, all right. So,
Damn. Did we do insult him? I forgot that he did it right there. Oh, bad. It's like Kayla's fault.
no, it's okay. It's really
No, that was Nelfie and Kayla being forgetful as
no, it's okay. No, I feel like no, it's good. It's good. Oh
I
yeah,
forgot
I
it was
suppose.
Belaclarin. I thought it was Tarkarian. Whoops.
Name like Tchaikovsky? Sure.
So yeah, I suppose Zevran would have been to the ballet. Yeah, that's just not something I
He's
thought
here
about
now.
earlier. Yep. He was just so enraptured. He was just sitting in his chair,
Hell
just
yeah.
looking at the empty stage. And now that you're walking out, he sort of comes back to reality and sort of grabs your hand, Lila, and says, "That was beautiful."
Yeah. Had you seen it yet?
No. But I'm going to need to think about it more, and we can talk about it more later.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. He goes back to being quiet.
Amazing.
Yuri needs to grab Lila quickly as they're walking.
Okay.
Well, we were going to go see Eurydice, but yeah.
Oh, well, she was just gonna be like, hey, are you down to go and do some magic practice later? Because she wants to... She kind of just wants to, like, you know, like the ADHD wiggles where you need to just kind of get energy out?
I mean,
She's
I don't
just gonna,
relate.
like-
I don't have ADHD, but sure.
Well, where you need to just
I
get
know what
energy
you're
out.
talking about. Yeah.
Just like later because they spent so much time like in that place and whatever. Just like, do you want to go kind of practice somewhere?
Yeah, sure. Whenever.
Cool, you can go tomorrow because at the moment I'm still processing.
Sure. Are you good?
I'm fine. Why wouldn't I? What do you mean? What I mean? Yes. Yeah.
I think you answered your own question of why I was asking.
It's a tragedy. I get to be sad about it. It's tragic. It's meant to make you sad.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Checking in.
It's
That's all.
fine. Why did you ask?
Because you're my friend and I cared about you. You acted like
Yeah, I
it was really affecting you, so I wanted to check in.
yeah, it's a lot. It's tragic. It's about people being in love and then everything kind of going awful and then yeah. It's a lot.
Okay, I'll stop asking. Sorry.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
All right. So, with that, eventually all of you make your way back to the actor's respite to rest for the night. Oop. Nice.
Oh, so cute. So cozy.
The coziest. Okie dokie. So, with that, we'll go ahead and move to dawn of the next day. The dawn. Cool. So, with that, all right. You wake up?
You're now still a thing.
Yes.
Yay. Well, he was gonna invite Eurydice to this, but now she's being weird, so she doesn't get to go anymore.
God damn!
I'm just kidding. I'll
Eurydice.
Okay. Nah, I'm just kidding. So in the morning, Nal's gonna go knock on Eurydice's door.
Knock, knock, knock.
She goes and opens it. Hey, what's up?
Hey, so I was gonna go into, don't laugh at me, the library at Hearthcrest today. And I was gonna take, okay, I said don't laugh at me.
It doesn't.
You smiled. I was going to take Twig because I know she really enjoys it there. And I wasn't sure if Lila was busy, maybe she wanted to go along, but she might want some time away from there. I wanted to know if you wanted to go. You mentioned before how much you've always wanted to go to college, and I thought maybe being in the library would be a lot of fun.
I mean, that does sound pretty good. Did you say the College of Half Crest? Like the
Yes.
book? I thought we were in Raven Rock. Is it like a teleport
Yeah.
thing?
Yes, we would do that.
Okay, great. I am going to let Lila know because I was going to go and do some stuff with her later. But I
Oh,
would love that. I've not
Are
been
you
to the
sure?
library.
I don't
No,
want
it's
to.
fine. I've not been to the library in a long time. I'd like to go and look at some stuff.
All right, I will
What
go
do
get
you want the library for? Again?
books and stuff.
That is what is typically in a library, yeah.
Yeah,
But I just meant what books?
you know, kind that you read. All right, I'm gonna go get Twig, and I will meet you downstairs.
She like narrows her eyes at him and was like, all right. And she'll just message Lila in her head and just be like, hey, going to the library with like Nalf and Twig. I'll see you later in the day for magic stuff if you want.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, and then Nalp will go knock on Twig's door. Knock, knock, knock.
She won't answer him now.
Oh. Good morning. Did you want to go to the library in Hearthcrest today?
Okay. Is everyone going?
Just you, myself, and Eurydice. I figured
well.
you can do that really cool thing where you have your brat friends help you find books.
Oh, so you were wanting to look for something specifically then?
You know, books that you read.
Well, I mean, the rats would need more than that, but I'm happy to help with whatever you're looking for.
Alright, thank you. I'll explain more when we get there. Also, I'm very proud of you, by the way. The way that you talked to the king was great.
Oh, thank you. I'm just glad it worked.
I thought you were extremely convincing and you had a very good argument, and I think you said exactly what was needed to be said. And I think he heard that. And I also think it's a good first step to having these conversations more regularly with other very important people. So I'm glad that you feel pretty good about it too.
Right. First step for many more conversations to come. Got it.
Good first step. Big
Wait,
step.
so we're going to the library, right?
Yes, we're going to the library. Let's go. And then we're gonna go to the library. Whoa.
Okay. All right.
Twilight sparkles. Sorry.
I mean, we could ride Twilight to the teleportation circle, and then go.
Joe, I love you. You're fantastic. All your names.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
I
Sure.
appreciate you so
You
much.
ride the unicorn that I gave you out of the kindness of my heart
Yeah.
to the teleportation circle.
Yay.
You remember how fast
Library.
Marshall went away? Okay.
You're gonna shit all
Okay, so we're all gonna.
The unicorn can go away as fast
I'm
as it
sorry.
came.
I'm sorry.
shit all.
It's okay. I'm just kidding. Alrighty.
Maybe you guys should get like creature that just can't die. That just can't.
Oh
do
yeah.
it.
Well, as previously discussed, I could just conjure us into force, but you know, that's different. Anyway, library.
All right. Boom. You head to the Archmage's Tower, and Desa, of course, being the kind woman that she is and the connections you have within the college. Easily enough, you are able to receive teleportation to the College of Hearthcrest. So let me... Now, there we go. Now, for those of you that forget, the College of Hearthcrest is a fair distance away from the city of Hearthcrest. In fact, it is built into the higher mountain ranges south of the city. So, as all of you appear, stepping out of the entry point for those entering through the teleportation circle, you can see this beautiful vista view in front of you. Rolling hills of green and gold, streams of water cutting through the terrain, and the immaculate and beautiful buildings constructed into the side of the college. You can also see the many different magical creatures that grace this area. And you see leaves periodically cresting into the open air walkways as all of you make your way towards the central library. So, what would you like to do?
Yeah. So after like telling them, oh yeah, books, now Fiona's just gonna pull Twig and Eurydice aside and just say, okay, so books really aren't my thing, unless they're the pile and stacks of night books that I have memorized backwards and forwards. But other than that, and a couple of other things, there's something that Emerald said to me that has stuck out, and something that myself has also said to myself. Funnily enough, I don't really know a lot about my family. The Baniers, I don't really know as much because we're not meant to know more than what Malice wants us to know. Which is fine. I never really cared much to figure it out before now. But I always wanted to know why there were other Baniers at the end of all of this. And who those people were. Because hell, if I got out, others got out, right? And that'd be interesting to know who they were and why and how and where they are now. If they're somewhere. So I thought maybe this would be the place to find any of that information. And anything I could figure out about Malice or the Banier family. Totally understand if you want to read some other fun books, you guys can. I don't want to hold you down or anything, but I figured, like I said, Eurydice, you want to be here, and Twig, you're very astute.
I think it's a good idea. I mean, not only obviously because, well, Malice is going to be important to a lot of what we're doing, but I think for you as well, Nalfian. I think it's good to know where you've come from.
Yeah.
And to know about, I guess, as you said, others that made it out as well.
You can see he goes to say something, thinking back to what he saw at the theater, but he doesn't say anything and just nods. Thank you. So I guess let's tap his hands together, see what we can find.
Alrighty.
Alfian's gonna let the other two roll if this is gonna be a roll, because his intelligence thing is not very high.
Alrighty.
Man, we're gonna have an army on this, like.
Them rats.
It's only a fucking first level spell, so I could just cast it like
Oh, yeah?
shit ton of time.
If you don't mind, I mean...
Well, because I think it's an area, like it's only a 30-foot range, but there's also like a thing called librarians as well that might be able to help.
Yuri would go lost who the librarian is. Like, is there a fucking section on the end of that? But okay.
But, like, Nalfian doesn't really want to ask anybody about this specifically. That's the thing. Like,
No,
hey, yo, girly, you know what you know about Malice, though? Like, he doesn't feel comfy doing that.
No. And I was just gonna say, because I guess like with the rats, it's like beyond just like, oh yes, this is the section about, you know, the House Spadier and assumedly Damara should as well. But like the rats will get like anything that mentions it within it as well. So if it's like not directly, you know, a thing about Bania shit, you know. But yeah, rats, woo, malice, Banias.
Okay.
Question mark.
So, you go to the librarian to get a general sense of direction because the library within the College of Hearthcrest is incredibly expansive and large. It is one of the largest libraries in the world. So, you try and find a librarian that can help you. So you head to the center of the library to direct you in a way that would lead you to otherworldly creatures and entities related to the Underdark.
Nope.
Yeah.
I think that'd be where I start, yeah.
Okay. So as you...
Pretty simple thing, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Go.
As you approach the center counter, you can see that there is this large circular table that has about a 15-foot diameter. There are several librarians working within the center. This is where people will return books, and you can see that there are chutes near them that they slide the books into, and the books are sorted and then replaced by the different magical creatures that exist within the library to handle those creatures. As you approach, you can see a woman in fine robes with a little bit of wear to them. You can see she has long brown hair and these crystal clear blue eyes. You can see that as you approach, she seems to carry a bit of reverence with her and says, "Hi, how can I help you?"
I mean, is it Morgana's? Too good, no. It's just a portrait of her.
Yeah, Twig, it looks a lot like the card, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Just to be staring at her. Wordless.
Okay, this is my question, because we spoke about this at some point. Like, OC, we spoke about Lila, Yuri, and Morganix having spotted each other ages and ages and ages ago before any of them were of any kind of significance. And having, like, vague memories of, oh, this person's a librarian, oh, this person's a student. Does she recognize her as, like,
Yeah, you would recognize her. I think you would recognize her as the librarian that you knew forever ago, before everything.
Okay, Yuri's gonna walk up and be like, oh, hey, I saw you ages and ages ago. I was here, like, a long time ago. I don't remember your name, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. My name is Morganix.
Like
Oh.
the Morganix.
You're Morganix?
I'm sorry, do we know each other?
Oh, you're on the card. That's right.
Oh, the kingdom's...
Twig,
Yeah.
Yes.
currently, as Yafi is saying this, bringing out her little pack of cards, and she knows exactly where each card is because she puts it back in the same order each time. And
That's cheating.
she's going to pull out. Well, yeah, but you shuffle before a game.
What kind of
keep them in the order and
psychopath
shuffle
level of what?
And she's just gonna wordlessly take out the card, kind of present it to her first.
Oh,
Would you mind signing this?
yeah, I can sign your card. Yeah, that's fine. And
You're Morganix? You're Morganix. That's crazy.
I know.
You know Lila?
Tatiana? Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Eurydice.
Oh my god, you're the Emerald ones, right?
Yeah. I
Yes.
saw you. And I
Okay.
saw Lila ages ago.
Yes. And okay, so you must be Twig, and you must be Nalfian and Eurydice, and wow, yeah. And you see her kind of whistle, and there is this cat-like owl that ends up flying around and sort of lands on her shoulder, and you can see that the owl sort of ruffles its feathers a bit, and there is this feather that sort of pops out a bit, and she just kind of lightly grabs it, not like pulling it out, but as if the owl is presenting it for her to use, and no tapping in ink. She just signs her name on the card as this magical opalescent ink scrawls onto the card as she sets it back in the owl, and the owl flies away as she hands the card back to you. Wow. Well, it's so great to meet all of you. Today's actually my last day being at the college. There was something that Emeril and Alec and Zamir, they needed. I believe Varnast is also going to be there.
The whole thing with the thing. Yes, we know about that. Wow. Yeah, I just didn't think it would be you. Sorry. That sounds a bit rude.
No. I mean, I didn't think that, if I remember correctly, the girl who dropped her books all over the floor and I think almost started to cry because she was making too big of a scene. I never would have thought that you'd be in this position either.
Okay. Thanks. I
Nafia's
just met
laughing.
the first time and died because I didn't know how to interact with people. That's not my fault.
That's okay. I didn't either. I would have helped you.
Okay. Thanks.
Well,
I'll
you
know
could
that
help us now, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. I mean, anything for all of you. I'd be happy to point you in the right direction.
Yes, well, I know that Twig here has a way to kind of narrow down our search, but if you could point us in the right direction, that would be great. Oddly enough, we're looking for any information you have on the Underdark, but specifically Malice Banir.
Yes. Okay. Fine. Here, anything in the library is not going to have what you're looking for. Now, listen, I don't like to break the rules, so I'm going to need this back as soon as you are done with it, and no one else can know about it, okay?
Sure.
Okay. So she is going to take out a piece of paper, whistle, the quill will come back, she'll write, scrawl a note on it, set it back in, and she will hand you a key as well. This is a pass into the restricted section. The guards that watch over it will let you in. This key will unlock areas that are even more restricted. In there, you will find places that have information about Malice, about the Underdark, and about the different drow houses that we deem to be a little too sensitive for any student, regardless of their grade level, to read. This is information that is reserved.
Is a good word.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. It's delicate information, but all of you can handle it. And she looks to Twig, hopefully. So here is this for you, and take that, and as soon as you're done with it, please bring it back to me.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Of
Very
course.
appreciative.
Yeah. The restricted section is that way, and just like I said, as soon as you're done with it, bring it back to me.
He nods.
Thank you. It was great to meet all of you, and, well, good luck.
To the restricted section.
All right. This time you don't even have to
The
sneak in like Lila
restricted.
did. Alrighty. So, with that, you head into the restricted section. The guards allow you to pass. No problem. And even the restricted section is big. It isn't like just 2 floors with like, a couple hundred books. It is thousands of books, many of which are locked off in these glass cases. The key will unlock all of them, but then on top of unlocking the glass case, some of them, you can see they're actually bound in chain and lock that need to be unlocked and unraveled for the dark secrets that lie within. So, you're trying to find information on the Baniers and Malice. Alrighty.
Rats too, sir.
So the rats can look for. Could you drop the spell in the thing? I mean, you could
I
cast it.
literally prepared it so I could have it. Well, it's
nice.
a first level, so I could do it a bunch of times. But
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I just information. Describe a keyword about a topic. Describe keywords about a topic. Okay, so what are you looking for first? And go point by point.
word at first. Just things about Malice.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Because, like, Nalfian, like, obviously, he grew up in the Underdark. He knows the Underdark. It's, like, specifically, he has no idea how old Malice is. Or what Malice is. Like, he knows that she's not just a drow, right? There's no reason she should be allowed for as long as she is. And he also doesn't know, like, what's the right word? Who, because like you never know who like your father is. Like that's just not something that you know. You only know Malice as mother, and that's it. So like, I don't know. That'd be kind of neato potato. Is his dad just listening to there? Probably not. But like, who are the other people who have left the Underdark, and like, where are they now? / how did they break away from Malice? And like, what the fuck is Malice? She got any weaknesses? Let's write them down. Maybe they did. That was a lot of information. Hope that helps.
Step by step.
Yeah, step by
Murdering your
step.
mother for beginners.
Yeah, man.
Okay. So, the first point then, I guess we'll just stick with Malice then.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you, sorry, I'm looking one thing up here. Okay. So you use the keyword of Malice Baynir. And you send the rats out. So as you do, okay. There are a few pings that the rats have in that moment, spread out throughout the area that you currently find yourself in. So let's see, it's 1d4 plus 1, bless you. So go ahead and roll that so we can see how much information you gain from that.
That's 2 rats.
2 rats, all right. There are...
Roll. It's fine. We'll recast even.
Okay. There are... Okay, cool. So 2 books that do ping off of that. And you're fairly confident that, at least on Malice Baynir, there is not a lot of information in here. It seems as though you could assume that Serlina Farron and her connection to the Dark One, any information about Malice in particular, probably not going to end up, especially if it is indicative of her weaknesses.
Checks out.
However, you do find some other useful information. There is a collection. The first book is about the hierarchical structure of the Underdark as it specifically relates to the city of Arendellen, which is the city that Nalfian is from originally. This book was written by a drow that had escaped the Underdark who was from Arendellen. Taslin Relintalar. Man, these fucking drow names are crazy, dude. All right. Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Thanks, dog.
Relintalar.
Hell yeah. Look at that fucking name.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
Taz.
Okay.
I like that.
So Taslin Relintalar, there is an author's address at the beginning. He was a house weapon master, and he grew tired of the ceaseless infighting among the drow houses. He escaped to the surface, and he ended up becoming a paladin under Sehanine, the goddess of moonlight, which Nalfian, you would actually recognize this name, as he was a weapon master that trained your older brothers. it was to be believed that he was executed. He was tortured and consumed by the Drow sisters. That's what you were always told, but it seems as though he escaped for a better life. And, I mean, judging by the date when this was written, in, let's see, 1850, so a little bit more than 50 years ago, I mean, there's a chance that he might still be alive.
Wow,
So,
that's cool.
as you read the book, you have one instance here of a drow that had escaped, who made a better life for himself. In this book, he talks about Arendellen, things that you know. He was writing the truth of what people experienced in that city and what drow experienced. It is detailed and grotesque. Towards the end of the book, he talks about his personal feelings of Malice Baynir. As Taslin was part of a subservient house to the Baynirs, but he made comments about how him and his father before him, Malice always strove to be second or third house in Arendellen, never first. He believed this was because the first house of any drow city, their allegiance was to Loth and preserving her name and worshiping her. And he believed that Malice's pride would not allow her to be subservient to another individual, regardless of how powerful they were. That is what you find in the first book. And that could be conceived as a weakness. Her inability to bow to an individual of higher power. Next, we have a book that is written by, let's see here. Okay. Talrin Baynir. This one is actually written by a Baynir. This book is incredibly old. So Nalfian, you have no knowledge of this name. This book was written in 701, so it was almost 1,200 years ago. Now, Talrin was a house captain. He was incredibly skilled at what he did. He was an impressive swordsman, but he could not stand the politics and bloodshed. And towards the end of his life, when he was becoming useless, according to the matron Malice, his own mother, she threatened to have him executed, flayed alive in front of the other house captains to prove. Well, he decided not to take that, and he left. However, he talks about his findings. He didn't want to leave empty-handed. So, in this book, you can see there is, towards the end of it, a cipher. He talks about how there are elements that Malice's essence is tied to. Where it seems as though Malice herself, he believed whatever entity she pledged allegiance to, she chose not to take immortality from that. He believes, from what he found in Malice's private study, that Malice decided to take immortality into her own hands, and that she may have participated in a process known as lichdom. And he remarks that he believes that he stole one of her many phylacteries and has hidden it away in a place that no one but a child of Malice would know to find. And there is a cipher at the very back of the book. Now, the cipher, of course, is a cipher, so can't look at it and decipher it in that exact moment, but it could be something that potentially you could take with you and spend a little bit of time on.
Yeah, I mean, he'd copy it down.
Okay. Alrighty. So you copy down that cipher. Cool. And I'll go ahead and put this individual in there. Also, oh, shoot, it's been so long. Hopefully that's how you spell Bainier.
Bainier. Yeah, you got it.
All right, cool.
It's always like Bay, and then
Mwah.
Fine, right. That's how I remember it.
Alrighty. So, we have a house captain and a weapon master, both male drow, who decided to leave. They specifically wrote about malice in their books. What's next on the list? That's your first rat dive.
Yeah, I mean, it's now satisfied because we can re-dive. Not. So you, baby.
Is there anything about like, oh, how do they keep calling it, like the cycle or like the wheel in Bainier?
Okay.
Can those be my hot words, my keywords?
Yeah, they can. All right, go ahead and roll your D4. Twig.
It's perfect garbage, but it's also me, so I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
you're fine.
Okay, 3. Let me double check one thing. Sorry, this is a lore heavy thing, so I want to make sure that I'm getting this right.
Okay.
Okay. Very interesting. All right. There is one ping from your rats, so you know that you are getting every piece of information possible. This is an incredibly old history book that was written by Shintria Ched Nasad. Now, for the Salamander Coast Group, this is, in fact, the same city that all of you had passed through that now belongs to the Kuatoa.
That's a big city.
Yes.
I don't know if it's. I assume it's the same.
Well, it was a big city. In fact, it was monstrous, but now it is under the control of the Kuatoa in this current day and age. However, Shintira was a drow sister. She was a historian. It was her job to track every single changing of house and captain and matron and monarch throughout the entirety of the Underdark for the purpose of maintaining a clear history. Now, it's worth noting that in the book that you have, it does end with the arrival of Malice Bainier in their city. It is unknown what happens next, but you can be rest assured that no good things happened after that. However, yeah, Carazilla was there, funny enough. What you do read, Nalfian, which this entire book is in Elvish, by the way, and it is, it's in Undercommon, my bad. Which is something that Nalfian, regardless of if you have it on your character sheet or not, he would be able to speak considering
I
his...
do.
Okay, cool. All right, just making sure. So, reading through it, it is in the language of the Drow, the specific dialect that was used by, of Undercommon that the Drow used. And this isn't hard, factual evidence, but Shintria makes remarks that she believes are theories of hers. She talks on Malice Bainier and her ability to move mountains just with her presence. Being a historian and someone who is a person of fact and knowledge and research, there is a group of, she talks about a group of Goliaths on the surface that have this concept known as Helm Makatai. Individuals that the pattern, the weave, the wheel, they move around, almost changing the trajectory of someone's fate just by being there. And she believes that, in her opinion, for every positive force there is on the world, which from her perspective, she is writing about the positive force being malice, right? A representative of drow power, because in this moment, as she's writing this particular history book, she is bought in, right? She drank the Kool-Aid. She's like, drow are great. We're doing awesome things. But she talks about how for every positive force there is on the world, for every positive bender of the weave, there is a negative force. And with Malice's unnaturally long life, Shintira believes that Malice will be there till the end, which means that she believes that there is another Baenir that will also make it to the end. Because she believes that there is no entity in this world, whether it be diva, angel, celestial, demon, devil, fiend, aberration, there is no creature on this cosmic plane that would be powerful enough to dethrone Malice aside from one of her own. And the pattern knows that. And she believes that the pattern will keep a son of the Baenir bloodline alive, so that one day, when the end has finally come, one or the other will fail. There will either be an overwhelming negative force should the son survive, or an overwhelming negative or positive force should the mother live. And Nalfian, as you read that, you sort of sit back for a moment and you read through a couple other parts of Shintira's book, where she talks about different drow that are born in the different houses. After reading that bit, what you recognize is that after every drow dies, the eldest son of the drow, of the Vanir name, when they pass on, a new one is born. Systematically, one after the other. It is within days that they are buried, and then a new one has come to take their place. So, knowing that, putting those pieces together, you have hopefully some semblance of a reasoning, at least according to this drow historian.
There's a lot of information, big dog.
You came to the library.
That's why Nalfian doesn't go to the library.
It's like he's like, fuck, my head hurts right now. This sucks.
Yeah. So I guess that is, it's a lot of information. It's a lot of information, and it's like I said. There's probably a moment where he's a little reflective. Again, harkening back to the ballet that he saw, just connecting some dots in a different way than I think he did originally. And there's like a little sad look that passes over his face for a second. But also content with the knowledge that he has. A little bit of satisfaction as well. I guess he will close the book. He'll have that cipher thing written down though somewhere. And then hand it back to the rat to return.
I mean, the rat disappears into it, so it'd be like...
Oh, Okay, I didn't know if he, nibbled it up and like.
Yeah,
took
if
it
he
with
was the
some
guy
actual
carrying the
paws.
book.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. That's in my brain. I see them like grabbing them and then putting them back, but that's fine.
Oh, man. We just would
Um,
eat those books. I've had experience. Jesus.
Okay. So, what else?
Man, there's meta knowledge that I have.
I mean, also
Yeah.
just like looking at like other manias that have gotten out, right? Obviously, like we know
Yeah, that's what I
some
was.
of these
That's where I was
authors
leaning
have.
more.
Yeah.
I mean, in the
I
book,
guess-
it would talk about Elendar escaping the Underdark and
Yeah,
not.
yeah. That's
not-
that's what I was looking for.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, he would have when I said tracing the lineage. I suppose that actually would have been one of the last notes in the book because Elendar escaped the Underdark shortly after Malice arrived in Shednasad. So yeah, one of the last notes in the book, it talks about them not knowing when Elendar would die or when he would pass on, because rumors say that he escaped the Underdark, that he left. The eldest son of Malice turned on him. Or turned on her, I should say.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted Nelf to have that information as a character rather than me as a player, just because I think that makes him feel good. Like it's he's not alone in this either.
Yeah.
But there's someone else out there right now who has that same kind of experience, and that he's connected to in a weird way. He's not used to this idea of having like blood family that aren't trying to kill him, so it's a cool feeling. I think that's it. I think that's all he's gonna be able to probably get. He writes down a couple things in his little journal, and he just kind of looks at Twig and Eurydice, and he'll just say, "Thanks for coming and helping me look around. I think I got all that I could find."
I'm glad it was useful. There's nothing else you were wanting to know?
No, I think I need to do a little bit of figuring out whatever this is. Like showing her the little scribbling of whatever the hell the cipher was. A little bit of thinking on my end, but I think this is as good as I'm gonna get. It's more than what I had before. I appreciate the help. Again, if there are more fun books that you are all interested in, feel free.
I was gonna do
Jesus.
like a little bit of reading, and then if you guys want to stay or if you want to go, I don't mind. There's so many books, and we're in the restricted section. I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, we're in the restricted section to look for what, well, now fast about for things of the Underdark and of Malice and other Baineers. I mean, I don't think we had permission to keep poking around like that.
I mean, but we're here, and we're kind of just left to, look around at what books are here.
I don't like this train of thought.
Now he looks between Twig and Eurydice, and he just kind of like puts his hands up. All right, I've done a lot of reading today. There's a lot of words in my head. I'm gonna get something to drink, and I'm gonna get a water. It's gonna be the best water I've ever drank.
The best water you've ever drank.
That's a lot of mental capacity. I just absorbed all that information.
Okay.
I mean, I will also say I was hoping we could stop by Taliana Tower at some point. I know Viola's not here, but I don't know. We sent letters out before we left the Astral. I don't know if there'd be any reply.
Oh yeah, let's go see if maybe they said something back. That's a good idea.
guys. Now it's weird that we didn't bring Lila along.
I'm so sorry. I didn't think she'd want to come back here so
If
soon.
we're just gonna go to her house without her, that's totally fine.
It's all good. You guys can go. Her house is y'all's house now.
Question. So Tatiana Tower is in the city.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys aren't in the city right
No.
now.
Can we teleport over?
We teleport.
Yeah, you guys
I
went for
mean,
into
to
her house.
college. Surely one of your fams here, like, wait, no, did Belle return?
Yeah, she did.
Belle went bust. Oh,
Yeah, they probably, she
Yeah.
probably went back because the
Belle, your
Tatianas
dad.
were at the party, so they probably just all went back together home.
Yeah, and she had to finish up her semester because she left like, yeah, it's okay. I got to pass for my professors when she didn't.
Yeah.
We'll talk to one of the Tatianas that be here. Get
Yeah,
teleported over. It's all
If you're
fine.
gonna see wants to get her library card and check out a couple books.
Yeah, she's gonna look at some books. Joe, I messaged you, and that is 100% what she's looking at.
Okay.
Get no rats.
Oh my god.
Well, now I was gonna say, you're gonna see, I'm going to trust that you're gonna do the right thing with that key, and we're gonna go grab some letters.
Why
You're gonna do
have
the
I
right
ever not
thing.
Done the right thing with something.
Right, we're gonna go grab those letters now, Twig. Come on.
I
Let's
like
go.
how
Just make sure
I
you
like
return the
how
key.
Ryan, Felicity, and I both looked at the camera and went, well.
Still don't know she's reading.
Oh, it's so funny.
Need to
Now,
know.
now would walk her back up to the not restricted section, and
take
say,
the
all
key,
right,
return to Organics.
and say, all right, I'm going to trust that you are going to do the rest of this walking on your own.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Twig, we're gonna go get these letters now.
Alright.
She turns around back to the restricted section. She'll return later.
All right. So, Eurydice, you read through the books that you wanted to, and you have to take breaks. I'm letting you know now. It is a lot to dig through. But
Okay.
you find sufficient information that I will allow you to let your creativity run free whenever it comes up. All right?
Okay.
All right. Love that. So, Twig, Nalthian, using the teleportation circles, you head to Tatiana Tower? All right. Heading to the teleportation circles. Eventually, you return to the city of Hearthcrest. However, you are within Tatiana Tower, but we're going to cut back to Lila and Yorick within the city of Raven Rock. My question to the two of you, is there anything you wanted to do in the meantime?
I mean, I was just gonna have Lila study the scroll that Finch had given her, and just kind of begin the process of that. She knows it'll take a while, so she's just
Okay.
getting some studying tea and getting cozy and doing that thing. Maybe Zevran's working on his spell next to her or something. but
Mhm.
Nothing actual.
Cool. And just as a heads up, you will need to have the wand identified if you want to know what it does.
Oh, yes, I would love to do that. I bet I could identify it myself. Maybe, yeah, she probably would have. Oh, I have it prepared always. Can I identify it, please?
You may, and boy, is it hefty.
Oh, cool.
So now here's the thing. I'm letting you know right off the bat. This wand does require attunement. So if you're going to use it, you will need to drop attunement on one of your other 3 items.
That makes sense.
I know, you're getting into that point in the campaign where you have to choose what you attune to. Ugh.
Well, it's probably gonna have to be Ring of Protection's gone.
Yeah.
Armor class gonna go back down to 17. That sucks.
Alrighty.
Who wants the Ring of Protection? We can get into that later.
God, give. All right.
You're-
So as you examine the wand, you can see that it is carved from the single piece of an elder tree. It is incredibly resilient in terms of its ability to channel arcane energy. As I said before, you can see that the tip is replaced with what looks to be a finely carved down diamond that replaces the tip. And you can see these streaks of like blues and golds and reds and purples sort of explode within the diamond as there is magic within the tip of this wand. Now, like I said, this is hefty. This wand did belong to one of the Forsaken, and also an incredibly powerful professor of evocation and abjuration magic within the College of Hearthcrest. Okay? So the wand has 10 charges. It regains 1d6 plus 4 daily at dawn. If you expend the last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the wand crumbles into ashes and is destroyed. So that's only if you get it down to 1 charge out of 10. All right.
Okay.
While holding the wand, you get a +2 bonus to spell attack rolls and saving throw DCs to your abjuration and evocation spells specifically. You can use an action to expend 1 or more of the wand's charges to cast the following spells using your spell save DC. All of these would have +2 to what your normal spell saves are. Okay?
Cool.
So you can cast Absorb Elements, you can cast the spell Shield, you can cast Counterspell, Dispel Magic, Fireball, Lightning Bolt, and Wall of Force.
I'm so excited. This is so cool. Yay! I love all these spells.
Well, there's 2 more features.
Oh, cool! Sorry, Ring of Protection. Out the window.
Elemental Surge. Whenever you cast an evocation spell that deals elemental damage, so this is fire, lightning, thunder, cold, anything like that, you can expend 1 charge to maximize the damage against one of the spell's targets. You can use this feature once per long rest. So pretty much, right, you can cast Fireball through the wand, and then you can be like to one person, fuck you in particular, and they will just take whatever, 8 times 6. Whatever that number is.
48.
48 points of damage. They'll just automatically take 48 points of damage if they fail their saving throw. Okay?
That's so fun.
Once per long rest, though, and it costs a charge. And then also, there's one more feature. Stalwart Protector. When you cast an abjuration spell of 1st level or higher, you can use your bonus action to create a protective ward around a creature within 30 feet of you. This ward gives them temporary HP and has hit points equal to twice the spell's level. So, right, Counterspell is a 3rd level spell. It would be 6 temporary HP that you would give somebody as a shield. Damage reduces the ward to 0. The creature takes the remaining damage. The ward lasts until it is depleted or until the start of your next turn. So it is temporary.
Okay.
But you can only use that feature once per long rest. So that is a panic, like, fuck, they're at 1. They need something.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
That's all it
That's
can do,
really
though.
Cool. Is this an item I can add to my
Not yet.
inventory yet? Okay,
After,
that's okay.
after the session, yeah.
Cool. Not a problem, because I'm like, retained. I was going to be generous and say 20%. I retained 10% and mostly the cool stuff. So.
Well, I thought the whole thing
Yeah,
was
all of
cool, but... Okay. Alrighty. So, you identify the wand and have this kind of holy shit moment
Yeah,
that you've
she's
just been
holding-
walking around with this thing, just...
Like a loaded gun, just like
Yeah.
sitting there holding it. Shook.
Good thing you didn't sneeze while
having a
using
moment.
it.
Oh my god, imagine.
Lightning bolt. Alrighty.
She's gonna lean over to Yorick and Zevran and be like, oh my god. It's really good he didn't use this wand on us. We would have been so fucked.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh. Good thing you didn't just, bury it.
Yeah. That would have been less good. You know what I thought about doing if I was gonna leave it was actually snapping it in half.
Oh, that probably would have been worse.
Yeah, that would have been really sad not knowing that it was special. Oh my
I
god.
mean, we were in a really enclosed room in like a cave. I mean, we probably would have fucking died.
I didn't even think about that part. Holy
Yeah.
hell. Alright.
Well,
How
I'm
you
very
guys
glad
doing?
that the wand is good.
Yeah! Woohoo!
I'm great. Thanks for asking.
Just working on this spell.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Okay. Identified. After you identify it, you spend a little bit of time attuning to it as you continue going over the scroll that was given to you.
Cool.
All
Does
right.
anyone want the Ring of Protection, or I will go sell it? You want it, Yorick? Okay,
Yeah.
you can have it.
Yeah, I think everybody else is at 3 attunement slots.
Well, I'm also at 3, but I have the Rod of Retribution, which I A, always forget to use, and B, it's only like an okay effect anyway, so just the straight +1s I think would be better for me.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Lila, trade, you can sell the rod. We'll call that even.
Sounds good. Where you can sell it, I don't.
I mean, it was yours, so it feels like it's more
It
fair
was?
for you to sell the rod.
Yes,
No, not the rod, the ring. So, I mean...
It doesn't really matter.
Yes. Okay. So the Rod of
Okay,
Retribution
I'll sell it.
is
Sell it. I
uncommon.
could just call home to mom and dad whenever I want.
I did just spend
So,
20 grand. I didn't tell you guys, but I spent 20 grand the other day, so...
You should sell it.
I
Yeah.
did too, big dog.
Oh, hey, what's up, dude?
Yeah, man. Wig's crossbow won't cheat. Let me just say that right now.
That was 20 grand?
Yes.
That
Oh,
plus
wow.
the birthday party.
Oh. Could have spotted you for the birthday party. You're not
You know,
here.
It's
Yeah,
the it's
sorry
the
about that.
it's the dad's burden, you know.
Got fair enough.
Okay. Let me get you a selling price.
Okay.
Yeah, you sell it and get 4,000 gold.
I'll take it.
I don't know if you
Thank you.
bought that or if I just gave it to you.
I don't remember where we got
No,
it.
we got it in the crypt in like York's like second episode.
Oh, cool. All right. Nice. Love
Which, by
that.
the way, I was looking up videos the other day. York's officially been with the party for over a year.
Hey, look at that.
Like the first 2 episodes that he was in on YouTube have now hit the year mark, so I thought that was
Oh.
pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yorick's game birthday.
Yorick's game birthday. Alrighty. So, Lila, Yorick, is there anything else you want to do?
Nope. The other thing I wanted to do today, the person's in the college. So
Okay.
Wow.
It's not a big dog.
I mean, Joe, I'll leave it up to you. York's just waiting for Eventahala to be like, yeah, I'm good, we can talk.
Yes.
So just whenever that happens, that's like the only thing that I have left that's planned.
All right. Sounds good. I'll keep that in mind. It's coming up.
But it'll probably be the last thing we do.
All right. So,
Fair enough.
So, with that, we'll go ahead and cut back to Hearthcrest as Nalfian and Twig. Ooh, man.
Did you get my name?
What the heck?
Yeah, maybe I did.
Bro.
Not a
Maybe your
stick,
name
but,
shouldn't be a noun, you know?
Wow.
They're making it easier. Anyway, Teddy Tower.
All right. Thank you. So all of you make your way, or the 2 of you, I guess I should say, make your way through the streets of Raven Rock. Not Jesus Christ. Through Hearthcrest. Eventually arriving within. Oh no, you teleported inside Tatiana Tower. That's what you did. Man, teleportation makes things weird. So
Now.
you appear within Tatiana Tower and you can see Alfred. He greets you and says, "Oh, well, look who it is. I'm so incredibly happy to see that you two have returned. Will the rest of your companions and Mistress Lila, will she be returning as well, or is it just the 2 of you?"
It's just the 2 of us.
Ah, yes. Well, very well. That is quite all right with me. So, what may I do to help you on this fine day?
Well, just before we all left the Astral Sea, I sent out letters to a few people, and well, Lila said it would be okay to just put this as the return address.
Ah, yes, of course. I did receive several letters for you, Lady Twig. I would be more than happy to retrieve those for you if you'd wish to see them.
I would thank you.
Wonderful. And you can see that he leaves for a moment, comes back, about 5 minutes later, and you can see that he has a collection of envelopes in his hands. I have letters from all of the major and minor houses of Iverion. If you would like to read through them, here they are. And there's a collection of probably 20 to 25 letters that have been returned. Well, you send a letter to every house as a noble person, you get a response.
I also would respond, you know. That's pretty cash money, though.
Okay.
I don't know how late in the day it is. I don't know if we do it here or later, but I remember.
It's okay. It's not too late. It's midday. You guys were in the, well, I guess it'd be a little bit past that. It's like 2-3 o'clock. So it's still not very late yet. So you open up the letters one by one and begin to read through them. The overwhelming majority of the letters are denials of the request. From House Holt, House Harker, and from the bannermen of House Kelderson. So House Kelderson being king, his is a denial, but he goes on to explain within the letter that it is your home and it is your birthright. Should you wish to reclaim it, and should you do so successfully, he will revalidate House Forrester and welcome you back into the kingdom, but it is not his place to step in. So House Holt, House Harker, and House Kelderson and all of their bannermen, all of the letters are polite, but they are declines. However, House Gunner, House Hornwood, and House Tariel all agree that they will rally behind you and support you. Remember, Felicity, that was a plan that somebody was going to do, but you guys decided not to do it.
Regretting already.
I just thought it's a bad idea. We're not going to do that. We're good people.
So,
Never mind.
I need to. Sorry, I have the house names here.
Yeah, could you post those? Of who said yes and
Yes. Okay. I'll post those here in just a second. But you have those three major houses and their bannermen that support you. They're of varying sizes and of positions of wealth, but still, they side with you and they will be there for you. Okay. So, I just need to look one thing up here real quick before I post the rest of them. Sorry. Okay. So what we have for House Hornwood, oh, that's weird. Why is that doing that? Okay. So we have House Hornwood, and their three bannermen are Greenfield, Blackwater, and Verdant Vein. Then for Tariel, which is Zevran's house, you have Stormheart and Sear Cliff. And then for Gunner, you have Bartold and Seabane. So a total of 10 houses that support you. Out of the 25 that exist within Iverion. So, these letters of support, some of them are an outpouring of support, like that from House Hornwood, Tariel, and Bartold. Others are a simple stating that your house has always been a long ally of theirs, and it would be their honor to fight beside you. Others are tentative yeses, but as long as there is some type of payment or reward in it for them for rallying behind you. Regardless, all of these people will be there. Others just may show up in more force should you choose to sweeten the deal for them. Those two houses in particular are House Stormheart and House Blackwater. Stormheart and Black. There are no specifics on what they want. They just want you to sweeten the deal. Okay. Alrighty. So, with that,
Oh, did you see my message?
oh no, sorry.
Real subtle.
Unless you wanted to wait on that.
Oh,
Or would I not know anything about that right now?
trying to think. No, you
That's
would, but I can't.
Okay.
I can't. I would need to look up to see what that is specifically.
Okay, no worries, no worries.
But
No
I
worries,
can.
no
I can send that to you here in a bit.
Okay. Alright. If Twig is good, we will go pick up Eurydice and go home. She's gotta check her library books out.
Okay.
She ain't taking any of those books with her. Those are staying
Yeah,
here.
I was gonna say I probably shouldn't do that. Unless Twig, there's anything else you wanted to do here.
Wait, I guess actually, yeah. If we are going back to the library first to get Eurydice, Twig would want to see if there is any information on like, Stormheart and Blackwater specifically, like, I guess what their deal is, just to get an idea of what they might be interested in.
Yeah. So let's see. House Stormheart in particular, they are closer to the sea, and they are typically quite fiery and aggressive in a lot of ways. They are bandit killers. That is their big claim to fame, is they have established peace and prosperity through the Tariel lands because of their skill in battle and their ability to track down and destroy these bandit tribes. Because of the area where they're at, it is very stormy, lots of thunder, lots of lightning. Their house words are through tempest, triumph. And then Blackwater, of the House Hornwood. In fact, House Blackwater would have some competition, I suppose, against the Tatianas, being a wealthy family with no noble birth necessarily, just having claimed that wealth themselves. House Blackwater are actually the lords of the city. Oh man, I forget the name of it that you guys passed through. It was not Wheat Hill. It was the one where you had the picnic. I can't remember it, but that's okay. That would have been one of their cities. And they... Huh? Riverbend. Yes, that is
Riverbend?
one of their cities. They have they are the people who make most of the riverboats that travel up and down the riverlands. And a lot of the soldiers that patrol those waters are House Blackwater soldiers. Their words are, "In depths we rise." That's sort of the cursory information.
Cool. That's all.
All right. Cool. Sweet.
Go see a side eye at whatever the fuck she was doing. Let's go back.
Riri's got a little notebook. She's been writing notes. That is all she was doing. There's nothing else. She'd go find Morganix and give her back the, the thing. Like, thank you very much.
All right. Cool.
By the way, before the end of the day, Yuri does need to go find Lila. But that is it. Just mentioning.
Alrighty. Cool. So, with that, there we go. Nice. All right. That's weird. With that, all of you then return back to Raven Rock with the rest of your companions.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, you return to Raven Rock.
I think Nuff would just spend the rest of this time. He has something to say to Lila, but I don't want to take up too much time, so I'll say it later. But he feels very inspired and is going to spend a lot of his time writing.
Okay.
Working on his thingamabobber.
Okie dokie. There we go. All right, nice. So, with that, all of you now within the Actor's Respite, again, having reconvened, debriefed each other on what you found, you ready yourselves for another night's rest. However, Yorick, as you're finishing up your dinner, having a conversation with the party, you receive a message. I'm ready to talk. I'm outside.
Oh, cool. All right, gang, I gotta go. I'll catch y'all later. To leave.
Side eye.
All right.
Nod and salute.
So, with that, you exit into the city of Raven Rock. You can see that as you exit, there is, well, sadly, it is raining outside. As you
Still?
exit, yeah, it rains a lot here in Raven Rock.
Oh, wow. It's crazy.
As you exit the Actor's Respite, you can see a collection of wind chimes that hang off of the side of the building that currently ding back and forth in the wind. So, as you exit, you can see that Aventahala lingers in the shadows. Near the building, she sits there. You can see wings sort of folded up underneath a cloak, a hood pulled up to conceal the horns. And she says, I'm very sorry that I keep you waiting.
Oh, it's fine. Hey, do you like the rain up here?
I am not the biggest fan, no, but it is better if I stay outside of public buildings.
Sure. You want to go for a walk or like right here?
You can see she kind of looks around. Given the weather, there aren't many ships that are coming in to the docks, and the production for the night, the performance of the Swan has ended, so very little people are out and about. And she says, "This is fine."
All right. Things are good in the Hells. Just you were busy, so just you good? Just checking.
They are fine. Memories have a tendency to come up quite frequently in the Hells. Painful ones. Takes time to handle them.
Got it. This wouldn't happen to have anything to do with Osmodeus' kid, would it?
Perhaps.
Okay, well, kind of what I wanted to talk to you about, actually. So yeah, when I was in the Astral Sea, we actually ran into her and some of her cohorts, I guess. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. She was in the City of Radiance meeting with one of the pillars. I do not remember which one it was, Joe. I'm sorry. It was a while ago.
It's okay.
And, yeah, she wasn't there for us, so she was there for something else. I'm guessing something to do with the Hells, but I have no idea what deal she worked out or if they even got one, but she was trying.
You can see this wave of worry come across her face, but then that stone look return. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it.
So what do you think she's doing?
You can see she's uncomfortable, and that's not something you see quite frequently, especially from a Ventahala. But I don't know. And if I am being entirely honest, I don't know if I would ever like to know. If I can, I'd like to stay as far away from her as I possibly can.
So I mean, obviously she's acting a little bit different than usual. Ventahala usually has she's a devil. There's a lot of confidence and showmanship to everything she does, and she seems very not herself here. Can you tell if it's because of anything he brought up in particular, or is it just there's something going on he can't quite tell what it is?
So yeah, make an insight check first and foremost.
Ooh.
See if we can kind of.
Did you see how I didn't say insight check in that?
I appreciated it.
Yeah, okay.
That's growth.
Well, shit, that's a 12. I did not get rewarded for that.
No, Ryan, you did a very good job. See,
Thanks, dude.
you got some praise.
We love character development.
So, as you reflect on what you had said in the conversation, you know that whenever she's met you in public, which is not frequently, but you know that she's always been a bit more low-key, for lack of a better term, much more reserved in a public place, trying to conceal her identity and not draw too much attention. Ventahala is one of the few devils that you are familiar with that her ability to shapeshift is rather limited. Where that's not something that, at least I don't believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that in the campaign she's ever done.
As far as I'm aware, she has never changed form.
Yeah, she's always appeared as she is, even at her own detriment from time to time. So you know that reservation is good, but even with a 12, at the mention of Glacia, that was awesome.
Could not
His daughter.
think of it.
No, it's good. That seemed to be the trigger, for lack of a better term.
You know, last time I brought up Glacia, you didn't seem that worried about it. And now I bring it up, and now you're getting a little, jittery. What happened?
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah. I actually don't think I'm great at those, but we'll see. Well, I'm better at inciting, so... Oh, okay, well that's a lot better than it was. It was on a 4 and then flipped over. What my favorite one time.
She looks to you for several moments, just studying you, and says, "In the life that I have lived, sometimes I choose to forget things. And other times, there are those individuals who force me to forget things. But I have been very busy in the hells because I have gained something back that was missing for quite some time. A piece of me. A piece of me that I was forced to forget."
What was that?
Why do you want to know, Yorick? Our relationship is transactional.
I mean, is it though? I mean, look, I know only one other person who had a deal with the devil, and by the time I met them, they didn't have that deal anymore. But I mean, that seemed way worse. But I've read a lot of stories about, tieflings and their devils and hearing all that stuff. And, fuck it. I know what happened, okay? I know what Asmodeus did to you.
Tell me. If you know, tell me.
I know that you were maybe not one of the original, but you were a servant follower of the Wild Hunt. You consecrated earth and graves so that Asmodeus could not raise an undead army to wipe out the material plane. And like all devils, he took that very personally. So while I don't know the details, I know that he killed you somehow, and instead of letting your soul go to rest, he somehow twisted and turned you into, well, a devil. I'm sure I'm missing a lot of the details, but that's what I know.
You can see she looks at you. Studying once again. And she says, "You are right. The person that turned me into a devil was Asmodeus. Are you familiar, Yorick, with the tragedy of the songbird?"
I mean, Ryan's not as Yorick. I'm not sure about that. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, so it is a story that is told specifically in Tarkir, so it may have made its way over to Macavia. But it is about a songbird that sings this beautiful song. And it is something that is melodious and beautiful and could change the fate of nature and life. Everyone would come and see the songbird sing, and one day there was a jealous king that came and listened to the song, and instead of letting the songbird live in its grove with freedom, it trapped it in a cage. And it would force it to sing that song every single day. And so much so that eventually the bird's spirit was broken. It couldn't sing that beautiful song anymore. That part of itself that it loved and that everyone loved was broken by this jealous king.
Yeah, I think I'm familiar enough with it.
What I am about to tell you, no other living soul knows. Do you understand that?
And you want to keep it that way.
I don't know.
Okay. Yes, I understand.
Long ago, before the breaking of the world, when, yes, I was a servant of the Wild Hunt, when I consecrated graves so the undead could not rise from them, I lived the life of a righteous dryad, cleansing and caring for the natural wood that I lived in. One day, a man arrived in my grove. He sang beautiful songs. He asked to see the magic that I used. And the songs that I would sing. We laughed, we sang. We loved. One day another came. They knew the power I had over life and death and nature. A man with a face twisted with ash and rot, embers, shallow eyes of darkness and pain. He offered me a deal. Power. All I had to do was forsake the vows that I had taken to join him and his generals and usher in a new civilization, a new wave of life. I rejected him. I wanted nothing to do with that. I wanted to sing my songs. I wanted to be free. The minstrel, the traveler that I had known to grow and love, heard word of some strange man that came to my grove offering deals. The man that I had grown to love and care for so deeply was so angry and full of hellfire. He would not believe anything I said. He said, "Then no one will hear the songs you sing. You'll be mine, in my realm, forever." I was impaled upon a spike of obsidian and hellfire. The endless oceans of black bile and blood from Avernus seeped into my skin. My home was destroyed. And now, I'm trapped, never to sing those songs again. He destroyed everything that he loved about me, so I would be exactly like him. So yes, Asmodeus did kill me. He turned me into what I am. There was so much more. So much that could have been. So much now that will never be.
York's gonna move over and he's gonna sit down next to her because I think he's just been standing this whole time.
Yeah.
And he won't look at her, but he'll just kind of be there. I mean, you don't really see our relationship as transactional, right? Like, that was you just putting up a wall. You don't really feel that way. I mean, come on.
No. Yorick. I don't see it that way, but I'm afraid I don't see it that way because I am selfish.
I don't follow.
So little was left of me, the old me, after all of that happened. I found a small bit of essence that was left behind. In my grove that was destroyed, there was one seedling that still grew. I had nothing to do with it now. I was a devil. All I could do was make deals. So, in a small mountain village, I found a man and a woman. The woman was pregnant but very sick. The man was willing to do anything to save her, to save his child. It was perfect. They made a deal with me to give her life so the child could be born. For their grandchild, whenever it may come, whichever one I choose, their soul will be mine. It was perfect because in that mountain you would be safe until you were old enough to learn how to fight. There is hellish essence in you, yes, because of what I am now, but... And she sort of reaches at your face, your green complexion, and says, but there's also a part of you that has what I used to be. A bit of nature lies within you. A bit of the life I used to have. I need you to stay safe. I need you to be strong, so that part of me can live on.
If everything went perfectly, which I know it never does, what do you want from all of this? At the end, how do you want it to be?
If I could have anything I wanted,
Yeah.
freedom, but not like it used to be. I just want to rest. I am tired of this life that I must live, this endless pain. I just want relief, Yorick. I can feel the chains on my neck, my wrists, my ankles, pushing and pulling me where I must go. I don't want to be trapped in a cage anymore. I want it to all go away.
You're still fighting to try and contain the hells in the abyss, though. And you're doing that for us, aren't you? Your home plane?
Of course. I'm just tired, Yorick. And I'm very sorry that this is the life that you must live.
I grew up with my parents and sisters who all loved me. I might not have gone to college, but I was taught what I needed to know. And I did what I was good at and what I loved, you know? My life doesn't get much better than this, not in my world. And I'm not saying that to make you feel better either. I used to be mad, angry, thought everyone was out to get me, you know, and I just grew up and I saw it, you know? I realized there was so much more that I just wasn't appreciating and holding on to. Once I finally got out of my own way, things got a lot better. Tell me something. When I die, my soul still goes to the hells, right?
Your soul belongs to me. And with it, I can do whatever I please. what I would have of you when that fateful day comes. That seed of my old life. I would find someone else to make a deal with, where that seedling could be safe. And then I would compel you to protect it, so that part of me may live on and be safe. I don't know if I would ever want you to fight in the blood war, when nothing ever changes there. I would want you to keep that part of myself safe, like you've done for the past many years.
But you want to rest, right? So that's what you really wanted.
Yes.
What if I took your place?
Would you allow that essence to carry on?
I would do everything I could. You can't ask much more of me than that. You've been fighting for... And Joe, remind me how long since, like, the Divine Gate fell? Like several thousand years?
It is... Where's it at? I had a thing for this, actually. I actually wrote it down. I was literally... Oh, there it is. As a devil, about 1,600 years.
1600, you said?
That she's been a devil, yeah.
You fought your whole life, and I know that you were under his control, under his thumb for a long time, but you've done everything you can to try and help the material plane and stave off the hells in the abyss. You deserve to rest. You can't keep doing this.
Prove to me that you can handle it. Within the plane of Dis, the second layer of the Nine Hells, one of the knights of Malbolgi, one of Glacia's knights, is there. Find him. Kill him. And bring his horn to me in Avernus. If you can survive that, alone, then I'll believe that you can handle this.
I don't know how to get into the hells. Can you help with that?
She laughs. Yes, I can help with that.
than consider him dead.
We should probably leave now. I would say goodbye to your friends. And when you're ready, come back out here to me.
Yorick stands up, and then looking back down to her, he holds out a hand to help her up.
Yeah. And she'll take it and get up.
And he'll just give her a nod before heading back in to see where everyone is and what they are doing.
Yeah. The rain fades in the background as you enter into the tavern interior. I'm assuming at this point it's later, probably everyone's getting ready for bed, but they haven't left yet, I don't think.
I think he'd just go to each door, meeting, meeting, meeting.
Yeah, I mean, Alpine was up writing, so he'd already be down there.
Me and Lila and Yuri were chatting, so don't worry, be somewhere.
Yeah.
Imagine Twig was
Twig,
asleep and you just
wake up.
scared the shit out of her when you knocked the door.
Dum 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 dum.
Yeah,
Should be down.
meeting.
Something happened?
Yeah, so it's a long story, right? So I'm gonna just summarize it. But, yeah, Ventahala, things aren't going particularly great in the Hells right now. Galicia's making a lot of moves in the whole kind of like, you know, conflict for like who's gonna rule the Hells. It's kind of teetering right now.
Oh. Right.
Yeah. So there's someone she needs me to go and kill in the second level.
Right.
You're going to go and kill someone in the second level.
I mean,
Yeah.
we're going to go kill them, right?
Yeah.
Who exactly are we killing?
It's one of Glacia's knights. He had a name, but I didn't really memorize it, to be honest.
And you're gonna try to kill this person and you don't know their name?
No, I'm gonna kill him. I mean, he's a knight in one of the Hells. I mean, I'm sure he deserves it if that's your question.
That's not the question. You're going to go and kill someone in the Hells on your
Yes.
own?
I mean, Event Hall will be there
Well, but why?
to help.
Why
think-
not us come and help you?
Because the tournament's soon. I mean, Astral Sea affected time in one way. I don't think it works that way in the Hells. Look, Dark One, his whole thing that Efren said, right, was like he tore down the whole, like, structure of how, like, big societies and militaries and, like, countries operated. So we need to get the Hells on a good footing, but also we need Twig to do all of her stuff for Hastron's Hollow and help unite Iverion, you know? Like, these are two very important things. And, like, we can't just give up one of them for the other. Like, they both got to get done. Right?
I agree. Nope, absolutely.
Thank you, Nalfian.
Nope. Here's the thing, though. Don't
Yes.
die.
Well, obviously, it was implied.
Alright? I don't see a problem with this.
I'm just saying, it's the Hells. Like, I know that you've never been Nalfian, but it's not like.
I mean, I did live in the Underdark. Am I right? High five, York.
I don't feel good doing that.
I know.
That feels wrong with the stories you've told. But it's you, so I feel like it's worse if I don't. I don't know.
Thank you. He high fives him.
I'm just saying, the Underdark and the Hells aren't the same thing.
Wait, you said you haven't been there. Have you been to the Hells?
I've been to one of them.
Oh shit, really?
Well, I've seen it. I've been there. Day used to bring me that to give me these big talks about don't do this, do that, do this, do that.
Wow.
I
I
think,
it. But I'm just saying, it's a lot. Are
in
you gonna
all
give-
seriousness, I think what Eurydice is trying to get at, and myself, jokes aside, the last time a good friend of mine said they were going to do something for somebody else, they never came back.
And Yorick, I'm just saying, I don't.
Fair.
I'm
Sorry,
just
sorry.
saying, I don't want you to not come back. I trust you. You can take care of yourself. You are just as skilled as anyone in this room. I know that. I think we just need you to be extremely careful, and I think you're going to a place that none of us here, maybe just only Eurydice, even have an idea of what it's like.
Look, I'm gonna level with y'all. She's scared. It's not going well down there, and if it continues to not go well, she's gonna lose. Which, forget the battle with the Dark One and all the trouble that's gonna cause us. But she's my friend. And I'm gonna help her, but, and glancing over to Twig, I made a promise I'd help you with Hazard's Hollow, and I'm gonna keep that. So I'm coming back.
Well, sounds like you better hurry.
Lila, you okay? You've been kind of quiet.
No. I understand, but I hate that you're going alone. You're very important to all of us. But I understand.
I had a very wise knight once ask me what High Hunter meant to me. And I told him it was doing the right thing, no matter what that was. And I think this is one of those times. But I'm not gonna abandon y'all.
I know.
I'd hunt you down first. Elf smiles.
You could try. I'm the hunter, so probably avoid you pretty easily.
I think you'd be surprised. And Nalf's gonna, like, give him the best bro hug ever.
You do have those scary long legs, so you might catch up.
Scary! I've been told they're dashing.
Dashing legs.
Hell yeah, baby!
Fox telling you have dashing legs.
Hey.
Talking now.
They're mid.
Hey man, fuck all of you.
I didn't say anything. No, that's a lie. I started that whole thing. But anyways. But yeah, he'll obviously return that. But I am sorry. I know this is bad timing, but I have to.
Yeah, Lila will go up and give him a hug, a really tight one. and
He will
say-
do the squeeze and like the lift a little bit and then put her back
Yeah.
down.
And she'll say, I really do understand. Be safe.
I knew you would.
Okay. So, with that, if there's nothing else, Yorick,
Well,
you had something?
no, I was just gonna say I will depart if there's nothing else.
Alrighty.
You guys better take care of Lawrence while I'm gone.
Not a problem.
So,
Introduce him to Twilight, you know?
What? Twiggy's a talker, so if you just spend some time, chatting with him, he'd probably appreciate that.
alrighty.
Just talked my ear off this morning. I'm leaving.
So, with that, Yorick, you exit the tavern. You head back out into the rain. Aventa Hala waits there for you. You see she sets her hand on your shoulder and there is a flash of hellfire around the two of you as you vanish from the city of Raven Rock and appear somewhere within her fortress, within the plain of Avernus. And Yorick, as you leave your friends behind, you wish them luck. The knight's tourney, a tourney for the Green Lady, and you hope that you're back in time for the siege of Hazran's Hollow. And on that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
No.
So,
No.
thanks for watching, everybody. Hope that you enjoyed.
Goddamn.
I enjoyed it. I know that I
great.
did. Of course, Ryan, we're very much going to miss you over the next 4 weeks.
Yeah, for the record, for those watching, Ryan's not leaving the campaign. Just had a
Yeah.
lot of real life stuff come up.
Yeah.
After basically the month of July, July, I'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
Time was hard for a second.
No, you're good. You're good. So that's totally okay. That's all good. So that means at some point in time, we're going to have a little mini one-on-one shot.
In the hells. It's
In
gonna be
the
awesome.
hells. Yes, it's going to be really cool. Oops. I have people mad at me. But that's okay. It'll make a great start to next session.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. So thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. I know I did. We will see you next week for surezies. Be sure to tune in on Tuesday for the Salamander Coast, Wednesday for the Tales of Everend, or Salamander Coast, I promise you, is gonna happen. And I've said that a few times.
Happening.
I can't. I don't think I could get. Never mind. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna put that out into the universe.
Do it.
Don't challenge the universe.
We'll probably play. Okay. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Probably.